Hello. Tonight, we begin with the most fascinating fairy tale. So before you get comfortable, take a moment to like the video and subscribe, but only if you genuinely enjoy what I do here. And let me know in the comments where you're tuning in from and what time it is for you. It's always fascinating to see who's joining us from around the world. Now, dim the lights. Maybe turn on a fan for that soft background hum, and let's ease into tonight's journey together. The Strange Adventures of Little Maia. Once upon a time, there lived a woman who had a pretty cottage and garden right in the middle of a forest. All through the summer, she was quite happy tending her flowers and listening to the birds singing in the trees. But in the winter, when snow lay on the ground and wolves came howling about the door, she felt very lonely and frightened. If I only had a child to speak to, however small, what a comfort it would be, she said to herself. And the heavier the snow fell, the oftener she repeated the words. And at last, a day arrived when she could bear the silence and solitude no longer, and set off to walk to the nearest village to beg someone to sell her or lend her a child. The snow was very deep and reached above her ankles, and it took her almost an hour to go a few hundred yards. It will be dark at this rate before I get to the first house, thought she, and stopped to look about her. Suddenly, a little woman in a high-crowned hat stepped from behind a tree in front of her. "This is a bad day for walking. Are you going far?" inquired the little woman. "Well, I want to go to the village, but I don't see how I am ever to get there," answered the other. "And may I ask what important business takes you there?" asked the little woman, who was really a witch. "My house is so dreary, with no one to speak to. I cannot stay in it alone, and I am seeking for a child. I don't mind how small she is, who will keep me company." "Oh, if that is all, you need go no further," replied the witch, putting her hand in her pocket. "Look, here is a barley corn. As a favor, you shall have it for 12 shillings. And if you plant it in a flower pot and give it plenty of water, in a few days you will see something wonderful." This promise raised the woman's spirits. She gladly paid down the price, and as soon as she returned home, she dug a hole in a flower pot and put in the seed. For 3 days she waited, hardly taking her eyes from the flower pot in its warm corner. And on the 3rd morning, she saw that, while she was asleep, a tall red tulip had shot up, sheathed in green leaves. "What a beautiful blossom!" cried the woman, stooping to kiss it, when, as she did so, the red petals burst asunder, and in the midst of them was a lovely little girl, only an inch high. This tiny little creature was seated on a mattress of violets, and covered with a quilt of rose leaves, and she opened her eyes and smiled at the woman as if she had known her all her life. "Oh, you darling, I shall never be lonely any more," she exclaimed in rapture, and the baby nodded her head as much as to say, "No, of course you won't." The woman lost no time in seeking for a roomy walnut shell, which she lined thickly with white satin, and on it she placed the mattress with the child, whom she called Maia, upon it. This was her bed, and stood on a chair close to where her foster mother was sleeping. But in the morning she was lifted out and placed on a leaf in the middle of a large bowl of water, and given 2 white horsehairs to row herself about with. She was the happiest baby that ever was seen, and passed the whole day singing to herself in a language of her own that nobody else could understand. For some weeks, the two lived together and never grew tired of each other's society. And then a terrible misfortune happened. One night, when the foster mother lay sound asleep after a hard day's work, a big, ugly, wet frog hopped in through the open window and stood staring at Maia under her quilt of rose leaves. "Dear me, that is quite a pretty little girl," thought the frog to herself. "She would make a nice wife for my son." And picking up the walnut cradle in her mouth, she hopped with it to the edge of a stream which ran through the garden. "Come and see what I have brought you," called the old frog when she reached her home in the mud. "Croak, croak, croak," uttered the son, gazing with pleasure at the sleeping child. "Hush, don't make such a noise, or you will wake her," whispered the mother. "I mean her to be a wife for you. And while we are preparing for the wedding, we will set her on that water lily leaf in the middle of the brook, so that she may not be able to run away from us." It was on this green floating prison that Maia awoke, frightened and puzzled, with the first rays of the sun. She stood up straight on the leaf, looking about her for a way of escape, and finding none, she sat down again and began to weep bitterly. At length, her sobs were heard by the old frog, who was busy in her house at the bottom of the marsh, twisting rushes into a soft carpet for Maia's feet, and twining reeds and grapes over the doorway to make it look pretty for the bride. "Ah, the poor child feels lost and unhappy," she thought pitifully, for her heart was kind. "Well, I have just done, and then my son and I will go to fetch her. When she sees how handsome he is, she will be all smiles again." And in a few minutes, they both appeared beside the leaf. "This is your future husband. Did you ever see anyone like him?" asked the proud mother, pushing him forward. But after one glance, Maia only cried the more, and the little fishes who lived in the stream came swimming round to see what was the matter. It is absurd that such a pretty creature should be forced to take a husband whom she does not want, said they to each other. And such an ugly one, too. However, we can easily prevent it. And by turns, they gnawed the stem of the lily leaf close to the root, till at length it was free. And taking it in their mouths, they bore Maia far away, till the little stream grew into a great river. Oh, how Maia enjoyed that voyage, when once she became quite certain that the frogs could no longer reach her. Past many towns she went, and the people on the banks all turned to look at her and exclaimed, "What a lovely little girl! Where can she have come from?" "What a lovely little girl!" twittered the birds in the bushes. And a blue butterfly fell in love with her and would not leave her. So she took off her sash, which just matched him, and tied it round his body, so that with this new kind of horse she traveled much faster than before. Unluckily, a great cockchafer, who was buzzing over the river, happened to catch sight of her and caught her up in his claws. The poor butterfly was terribly frightened at the sight of him, and he struggled hard to free himself so that the sash bow gave way, and he flew off into the sunshine. But Maia wasn't so fortunate, and though the cockchafer collected honey from the flowers for her dinner and told her several times how pretty she was, she could not feel at ease with him. The cockchafer noticed this and summoned his sisters to play with her, but they only stared rudely and said, "Where did you pick up that strange object? She is very ugly, to be sure, but one ought to pity her, for she has only 2 legs." "Yes, and no feelers," added another, "and she is so thin. Well, our brother has certainly very odd taste." "Indeed he has," echoed the others, and they repeated it so loud and so often that, in the end, he believed it too, and snatching her up from the tree where he had placed her, set her down upon a daisy which grew near the ground. Here Maia stayed for the whole summer, and really was not at all unhappy. She ventured to walk about by herself, and wove herself a bed of some blades of grass, and placed it under a clover leaf for shelter. The red cups that grew in the moss held as much dew as she wanted, and the cockchafer had taught her how to get honey. But summer does not last forever, and by the flowers withered, and instead of dew there was snow and ice. Maia did not know what to do, for her clothes were worn to rags, and though she tried to roll herself up in a dry leaf, it broke under her fingers. It soon was plain to her that if she did not get some other shelter, she would die of hunger and cold. So, gathering up all her courage, she left the forest and crossed the road into what had been, in the summer, a beautiful field of waving corn, but was now only a mass of hard stalks. She wandered on, seeing nothing but the sky above her head, till she suddenly found herself close to an opening which seemed to lead underground. It will be warm at any rate, thought Maia, and perhaps the person who lives there will give me something to eat. At any rate, I can't be worse off than I am now. And she walked boldly down the passage. By and by, she came to a door which stood ajar, and peeping in, discovered a whole room full of corn. This gave her heart, and she went on more swiftly, till she reached a kitchen where an old field mouse was baking a cake. "You poor little animal," cried the mouse, who had never seen anything like her before. "You look starved to death. Come and sit here and get warm, and share my dinner with me." Maia almost wept with joy at the old mouse's kind words. She needed no second bidding, but ate more than she had ever done in her life, though it was not a breakfast for a hummingbird. When she had quite finished, she put out her hand and smiled, and the old mouse said to her, "Can you tell stories? If so, you may stay with me till the sun gets hot again, and you shall help me with my house. But it is dull here in the winter, unless you have somebody clever enough to amuse you." Yes, Maia had learned a great many stories from her foster mother, and besides, there were all her own adventures and her escapes from death. She knew also how a room should be swept, and never failed to get up early in the morning and have everything clean and tidy for the old mouse. So the winter passed away pleasantly, and Maia began to talk of the spring, and of the time when she would have to go out into the world again and seek her fortune. "Oh, you need not begin to think of that for a while yet," answered the field mouse. "Up on the earth they have a proverb: when the day lengthens, then the cold strengthens. It has been quite warm up to now, and the snow may fall any time. Never a winter goes by without it. And then you will be very thankful you are here and not outside. But I dare say it is quiet for a young thing like you," she added. "And I have invited my neighbor the mole to come and pay us a visit. He has been asleep all these months, but I hear he is waking up again. You would be a lucky girl if he took into his head to marry you. Only, unfortunately, he is blind and cannot see how pretty you are." And for this blindness, Maia felt truly glad, as she did not want a mole for a husband. However, by and by he paid his promised visit, and Maia did not like him at all. He might be as rich and learned as possible, but he hated the sun, and the trees, and the flowers, and all that Maia loved best. To be sure, being blind, he had never seen them, and like many other people, he thought that anything he did not know was not worth knowing. But Maia's tales amused him, though he would not for the world have let her see it. And he admired her voice when she sang, "Mary, Mary," quite contrary. "How does your garden grow?" "Hush-a-bye, baby, on the treetop," though he told her that it was all nonsense, and that trees and gardens were mere foolishness. When she was his wife, he would teach her things better worth learning. "Meanwhile," he said with a grand air, "I have burrowed a passage from this house to my own, in which you can walk. But I warn you not to be frightened at a great dead creature that has fallen through a hole in the roof and is lying on one side." "What sort of creature is it?" asked Maia eagerly. "Oh, I really can't tell you," answered the mole indifferently. "It is covered with something gaunt, and it has 2 thin legs, and a long, sharp thing sticking out of its head." "It is a bird," cried Maia joyfully. "And I love birds. It must have died of cold," she added, dropping her voice. "Oh, good Mr. Mole, do take me to see it." "Come then, as I am going home," replied the mole. And calling to the old field mouse to accompany them, they all set out. "Here it is," said the mole at last. "Dear me, how thankful I am. Fate did not make me a bird. They can't say anything but twit, twit, and die with the first breath of cold." "Ah, yes, poor useless creature," answered the field mouse. But while they were talking, Maia crept round to the other side and stroked the feathers of the little swallow and kissed his eyes. All that night she lay awake, thinking of the swallow lying dead in the passage. At length she could bear it no longer, and stole away to the place where the hay was kept, and wove a thick carpet. Next, she went to the field mouse's store of cotton, which she picked in the summer from some of the marsh flowers, and carrying them both down the passage, she tucked the cotton underneath the bird and spread the hay quilt over him. "Perhaps you were one of the swallows who sang to me in the summer," said she. "I wish I could have brought you to life again. But now, goodbye." And she laid her face, wet with tears, on the breast of the bird. Surely she felt a faint movement against her cheek. Yes, there it was again. Suppose the bird was not dead after all, but only senseless with cold and hunger. And at this thought, Maia hastened back to the house and brought some grains of corn and a drop of water in a leaf. This she held close to the swallow's beak, which he opened unconsciously. And when he had sipped the water, she gave him the grains, one by one. "Make no noise, so that no one may guess you are not dead," she said. "Tonight, I will bring you some more food, and I will tell the mole that he must stuff up the hole again, as it makes the passage too cold for me to walk in. And now farewell." And off she went, back to the field mouse, who was sound asleep. After some days of Maia's careful nursing, the swallow felt strong enough to talk, and he told Maia how he came to be in the place where she found him. Before he was big enough to fly very high, he had torn his wing in a rose bush so that he could not keep up with his family and friends when they took their departure to warmer lands. In their swift course, they never noticed that their little brother was not with them. And at last he dropped on the ground from sheer fatigue and must have rolled down the hole into the passage. It was very lucky for the swallow that both the mole and the field mouse thought he was dead and did not trouble about him, so that when the spring really came and the sun was hot and blue hyacinths grew in the woods and primroses in the hedges, he was as tall and strong as any of his companions. "You have saved my life, dear little Maia," said he. "But now the time has come for me to leave you. Unless," he added, "you will let me carry you on my back far away from this gloomy prison." Maia's eyes sparkled at the thought, but she shook her head bravely. "Yes, you must go, but I must stay behind," she answered. "The field mouse has been good to me, and I cannot desert her like that. Do you think you can open the hole for yourself?" she asked anxiously. "If so, you had better begin now, for this evening we are to have supper with the mole, and it would never do for my foster mother to find you working at it." "That is true," answered the swallow, and flying up to the roof, which, after all, was not very high above them, he set to work with his bill, and soon let a flood of sunshine into the dark place. "Won't you come with me, Maia?" said he, and though her heart longed for the trees and the flowers, she answered as before, "No, I cannot." That one glimpse of the sun was all Maia had for some time, for the corn sprung up so thickly over the hole and about the house that there might almost as well have been no sun at all. However, though she missed her bird friend every moment, she had no leisure to be idle, for the field mouse had told her that very soon she was to be married to the mole, and kept her spinning wool and cotton for her outfit. And as she had never in her life made a dress, 4 clever spiders were persuaded to spend the days underground, turning the wool and cotton into tiny garments. Maia liked the clothes, but hated the thought of the blind mole, only she did not know how to escape him. In the evenings, when the spiders were going to their homes for the night, she would walk with them to the door and wait till a puff of wind blew the corn ears apart, and she could see the sky. "If the swallow would only come now," she said to herself, "I would go with him to the end of the world." But he never came. "Your outfit is all finished," said the field mouse one day, when the berries were red and the leaves yellow, "and the mole and I have decided that your wedding shall be in 4 weeks' time."
"Oh, not so soon, not so soon,"
cried Maia, bursting into tears, which made the field mouse very angry and declare that Maia had no more sense than other girls and did not know what was good for her. Then the mole arrived and carried her on his back to see the new house he had dug for her, which was so very far underground that Maia's tiny legs could never bring her up, even as high as the field mouse's dwelling, from which she might see the sunlight. Her heart grew heavier and heavier as the days went by, and in the last evening of all, she crept out into the field among the stubble to watch the sun set before she bade it goodbye forever. "Farewell, farewell," she said, "and farewell to my little swallow. Ah, if he only knew, he would come to help me." "Twit, twit," cried a voice just above her, and the swallow fluttered to the ground beside her. "You look sad. Are you really going to let that ugly mole marry you?" "I shall soon die. That is one comfort," she answered, weeping. But the swallow only said, "Tut, tut, get on my back, as I told you before, and I will take you to a land where the sun always shines, and you will soon forget that such a creature as a mole ever existed." "Yes, I will come," said Maia. Then the swallow tore off one of the corn stalks with his strong beak and bade her tie it safely to his wing, and they started off, flying south for many a day. Oh, how happy Maia was to see the beautiful earth again. 100 times she longed for the swallow to stop, but he always told her that the best was yet to be, and they flew on and on, only halting for short rests, till they reached a place covered with tall white marble pillars, some standing high, wreathed in vines, out of which endless swallows' heads were peeping. Others lying stretched among the flowers, white, yellow, and blue. "I live up there," said the swallow, pointing to the tallest of the pillars. "But such a house would never do for you, as you would only fall out of it and kill yourself. So choose one of those flowers below, and you shall have it for your own, and sleep all night, curled up in its leaves." "I will have that one," answered Maia, pointing to a white flower shaped like a star, with a tiny crinkled wreath of red and yellow in its center, and a long stem that swayed in the wind. "That one is the prettiest of all, and it smells so sweet." Then the swallow flew down towards it, but as they drew near, they saw a tiny little mannequin with a crown on his head and wings on his shoulders, balancing himself on one of the leaves. "Ah, that is the king of the flower spirits," whispered the swallow, and the king stretched out his hands to Maia, and helped her to jump from the swallow's back. "I have waited for you for a long while," said he, "and now you have come at last to be my queen." And Maia smiled and stood beside him as all the fairies that dwelt in the flowers ran to fetch presents for her. And the best of them all was a pair of lovely gauzy blue wings to help fly about like one of themselves. So instead of marrying the mole, little Maia was crowned a queen, and the fairies danced round her in a ring, while the swallow sang the wedding song. Diamond. Cut diamond. In a village in Hindustan, there once lived a merchant who, although he rose early, worked hard, and rested late, remained very poor. And ill luck so dogged him that he determined at last to go to some distant country, and there to try his fortune. 12 years passed by. His luck had turned, and now he had gathered great wealth, so that having plenty to keep him in comfort for the rest of his days, he thought once more of his native village, where he desired to spend the remainder of his life among his own people. In order to carry his riches with him in safety over the many weary miles that lay between him and his home, he bought some magnificent jewels, which he locked up in a little box and wore concealed upon his person. And, so as not to draw the attention of the thieves who infested the highways and made their living by robbing travelers, he started off in the poor clothes of a man who has nothing to lose. Thus prepared, he traveled quickly, and within a few days' journey from his own village, came to a city where he determined to buy better garments, and now that he was no longer afraid of thieves, to look more like the rich man he had become. In his new raiment, he approached the city, and near the great gate he found a bazaar where, amongst many shops filled with costly silks and carpets and goods of all countries, was one finer than all the rest. There, amidst his goods, spread out to the best advantage, sat the owner, smoking a long silver pipe, and thither the merchant bent his steps, and saluting the owner politely, sat down also and began to make some purchases. Now, the proprietor of the shop, Beekamull by name, was a very shrewd man, and as he and the merchant conversed, he soon felt sure that his customer was richer than he seemed, and was trying to conceal the fact. Certain purchases having been made, he invited the newcomer to refresh himself, and in a short time they were chatting pleasantly together. In the course of the conversation, Beekamull asked the merchant whither he was traveling, and hearing the name of the village, he observed, "Ah, you had better be careful on that road. It's a very bad place for thieves." The merchant turned pale at these words. It would be such a bitter thing, he thought, just at the end of his journey, to be robbed of all the fortune he had heaped up with such care. But this bland and prosperous Bika Mull must surely know best. So presently he said, "Lalaji, could you oblige me by locking up for me a small box for a short while? When once I get to my village, I could bring back 6 sturdy men of my own kinsfolk and claim it again." The Lala shook his head. "I could not do it," replied he. "I am sorry, but such things are not my business. I should be afraid to undertake it." "But," pleaded the merchant, "I know no one in this city, and you must surely have some place where you keep your own precious things. Do this, I pray you, as a great favor." Still, Bika Mull politely but firmly refused. But the merchant, feeling that he had now betrayed the fact that he was richer than he seemed, and being loath to make more people aware of it by inquiring elsewhere, continued to press him until at last he consented. The merchant produced the little box of jewels, and Bika Mull locked it up for him in a strong chest with other precious stones. And so, with many promises and compliments, they parted. In a place like an Eastern bazaar, where the shops lie with wide open fronts, and with their goods displayed not only within, but without on terraces and verandas raised a few feet above the public roadway. Such a long talk as that between Bika Mull and the merchant could not but attract some attention from the other shopkeepers in the narrow street. If the merchant had but known it, nearly every shop owner in that district was a thief, and the cleverest and biggest of all was Bika Mull. But he did not know it, only he could not help feeling a little uneasy at having thus parted with all his wealth to a stranger. And so, as he wandered down the street, making a purchase here and there, he managed in one way and another to ask some questions about the honesty of Bika Mull. And each rascal whom he spoke to, knowing that there was some good reason in the question, and hoping to get in return some share of the spoils, replied in praise of Bika Mull as a model of all the virtues. In this way, the merchant's fears were stilled, and with a comparatively light heart, he traveled on to his village, and within a week or so returned to the city with 6 sturdy young nephews and friends whom he had enlisted to help him carry home his precious box. At the great marketplace in the center of the city, the merchant left his friends, saying that he would go and get the box of jewels and rejoin them, to which they consented. And away he went. Arrived at the shop of Bika Mull, he went up and saluted him. "Good day, Lalaji," said he. But the Lala pretended not to see him, so he repeated the salutation. "What do you want?" snapped Bika Mull. "You've said your good day twice. Why don't you tell me your business?" "Don't you remember me?" asked the merchant. "Remember you?" growled the other. "No, why should I? I have plenty to do to remember good customers without trying to remember every beggar who comes whining for charity." When he heard this, the merchant began to tremble. "Lalaji," he cried, "surely you remember me and the little box I gave you to take care of? And you promised. Yes, indeed, you promised very kindly that I might return to claim it. And—" "You scoundrel!" roared Bika Mull. "Get out of my shop! Be off with you, you impudent scamp! Everyone knows that I never keep treasures for anyone. I have trouble enough to do to keep my own. Come, off with you." With that, he began to push the merchant out of the shop, and when the poor man resisted, 2 of the bystanders came to Bika Mull's help and flung the merchant out into the road, like a bale of goods dropped from a camel. Slowly, he picked himself up out of the dust, bruised, battered and bleeding, but feeling nothing of the pain in his body, nothing but a dreadful, numbing sensation that, after all, he was ruined and lost. Slowly, he dragged himself a little further from where the fat and furious Bika Mull still stood amongst his disordered silks and carpets, and coming to a friendly wall, he crouched and leant against it, and putting his head into his hands, gave himself up to an agony of misery and despair. There he sat motionless, like one turned to stone, whilst darkness fell around him. And when, about 11 o'clock that night, a certain gay young fellow named Kushi Ram passed by with a friend, he saw the merchant sitting hunched against the wall, and remarked, "A thief, no doubt." "You are wrong," returned the other. "Thieves don't sit in full view of people like that, even at night." And so the 2 passed on, and thought no more of him. About 5 o'clock next morning, Kushi Ram was returning home again, when, to his astonishment, he saw the miserable merchant still sitting as he had seen him sit hours before. Surely something must be the matter with a man who sat all night in the open street, and Kushi Ram resolved to see what it was. So he went up and shook the merchant gently by the shoulder. "Who are you?" asked he. "And what are you doing here? Are you ill?" "Ill?" said the merchant in a hollow voice. "Yes, ill with a sickness for which there is no medicine." "Oh, nonsense!" cried Kushi Ram. "Come along with me. I know a medicine that will cure you, I think." So the young man seized the merchant by the arm, and hoisting him to his feet, dragged him to his own lodging, where he first of all gave him a large glass of wine, and then, after he had refreshed him with food, bade him tell his adventures. Meanwhile, the merchant's companions in the marketplace, being dull-witted persons, thought that, as he did not return, he must have gone home by himself. And as soon as they were tired of waiting, they went back to their village and left him to look after his own affairs. He would therefore have fared badly had it not been for his rescuer, Kushi Ram, who, whilst still a boy, had been left a great deal of money, with no one to advise him how to spend it. He was high-spirited, kind-hearted, and shrewd into the bargain, but he threw away his money like water, and generally upon the nearest thing or person in his way, and that, alas, most often was himself. Now, however, he had taken it into his head to befriend this miserable merchant, and he meant to do it. And on his side, the merchant felt confidence revive, and without further ado, told all that had happened. Kushi Ram laughed heartily at the idea of any stranger entrusting his wealth to Bika Mull. "Why, he is the greatest rascal in the city," he cried, "unless you believe what some of them say of me. Well, there is nothing to be done for the present, but just to stay here quietly. And I think that at the end of a short time I shall find a medicine which will heal your sickness." At this, the merchant again took courage, and a little ease crept into his heart as he gratefully accepted his new friend's invitation. A few days later, Kushi Ram sent for some friends to see him, and talked with them long. And although the merchant did not hear the conversation, he did hear shouts of laughter, as though at some good joke. But the laughter echoed dully in his own heart. For the more he considered, the more he despaired of ever recovering his fortune from the grasp of Bika Mull. One day, soon after this, Kushi Ram came to him and said, "You remember the wall where I found you that night, near Bika Mull's shop?" "Yes, indeed I do," answered the merchant. "Well," continued Kushi Ram, "this afternoon you must go and stand in that same spot and watch. And when someone gives you a signal, you must go up to Bika Mull and salute him and say, 'Oh, Lalaji, will you kindly let me have back that box of mine which you have on trust?'" "What's the use of that?" asked the merchant. "He won't do it any more now than he would when I asked him before." "Never mind," replied Kushi Ram. "Do exactly what I tell you, and repeat exactly what I say, word for word, and I will answer for the rest." So, that afternoon, the merchant at a certain time went and stood by the wall as he was told. He noticed that Bika Mull saw him, but neither took any heed of the other. Presently, up the bazaar came a gorgeous palanquin, like those in which ladies of rank are carried about. It was borne by 4 bearers, well dressed in rich liveries, and its curtains and trappings were truly magnificent. In attendance was a grave-looking personage, whom the merchant recognized as one of the friends who visited Kushi Ram, and behind him came a servant with a box covered with a cloth upon his head. The palanquin was borne along at a smart pace and was set down at Bika Mull's shop. The fat shopkeeper was on his feet at once and bowed deeply as the gentleman in attendance advanced. "May I inquire," he said, "who this is in the palanquin that deigns to favor my humble shop with a visit, and what may I do for her?" The gentleman, after whispering at the curtain of the palanquin, explained that this was a relative of his who was traveling. But as her husband could go no further with her, she desired to leave with Bika Mull a box of jewels for safe custody. Lala bowed again to the ground. It was not, he said, quite in his way of business. But of course, if he could please the lady, he would be most happy, and would guard the box with his life. Then the servant carrying the box was called up. The box was unlocked, and a mass of jewelry laid open to the gaze of the enraptured Lala, whose mouth watered as he turned over the rich gems. All this the merchant had watched from the distance, and now he saw. Could he be mistaken? No, he distinctly saw a hand beckoning through the curtain on that side of the palanquin, away from the shop. The signal! Was this the signal? Thought he. The hand beckoned again, impatiently it seemed to him. So forward he went, very quietly, and saluting Bika Mull, who was sitting turning over the contents of this amazing box of jewels which fortune and some fools were putting into his care, he said, "Oh, Lalaji, will you kindly let me have back that box of mine which you have on trust?" The Lala looked up as though he had been stung. But quickly the thought flashed through his mind that if this man began making a fuss again, he would lose the confidence of these new and richer customers. So he controlled himself and answered, "Dear me, of course, yes, I had forgotten all about it." And he went off and brought the little box and put it into the merchant's trembling hands. Quickly, the latter pulled out the key, which hung by a string round his neck, and opened the box. And when he saw that his treasures were all there, he rushed into the road, and with the box under his arm, began dancing like a madman, with great shouts and screams of laughter. Just then, a messenger came running up, and saluting the gentleman attending the palanquin, he said, "The lady's husband has returned, and is prepared to travel with her, so that there is no necessity to deposit the jewels." Whereat the gentleman quickly closed and relocked the box, and handed it back to the waiting servant. Then, from the palanquin, came a peal of laughter, and out jumped not a lady, but Kushi Ram, who immediately ran and joined the merchant in the middle of the road and danced as madly as he. Bikamal stood and stared stupidly at them. Then, with a shrill cackle of laughter, he flung off his turban, bounced out into the road with the other two, and fell to dancing and snapping his fingers until he was out of breath. "Lalaji," said the gentleman, who had played the part of the relative attendant on the palanquin, "why do you dance?" "The merchant dances because he has recovered his fortune." "Kushi Ram dances because he is a madman and has tricked you. But why do you dance?" "I dance," panted Bikaram, glaring at him with a bloodshot eye. "I dance because I knew 13 different ways of deceiving people by pretending confidence in them. I didn't know there were any more, and now here's a 14th. That's why I dance." The Green Knight. There lived once a king and queen who had an only daughter, a charming and beautiful girl, dearer to them than anything else in the world. When the princess was 12 years old, the queen fell sick, and nothing that could be done for her was of any use. All the doctors in the kingdom did their best to cure her, but in spite of their efforts, she grew worse and worse. As she was about to die, she sent for the king and said to him, "Promise me that whatever our daughter asks, you will do, no matter whether you wish to or not." The king at first hesitated, but as she added, "Unless you promise this, I cannot die in peace," he at length did as she desired, and gave the promise, after which she became quite happy and died. It happened that near the king's palace lived a noble lady whose little girl was of about the same age as the princess, and the two children were always together. After the queen's death, the princess begged that this lady should come to live with her in the palace. The king was not quite pleased with this arrangement, for he distrusted the lady. But the princess wished so much for it that he did not like to refuse. "I am lonely, father," she said, "and all the beautiful presents you give me cannot make up to me for the loss of my mother. If this lady comes to live here, I shall almost feel as if the queen had come back to me." So, a magnificent suite of rooms was prepared and set aside for the newcomers, and the little princess was wild with joy at the thought of having her friends so near her. The lady and her daughter arrived, and for a long time all went well. They were very kind to the motherless princess, and she almost began to forget how dull she had been before they came. Then, one day, as she and the other girl were playing together in the gardens of the palace, the lady came to them, dressed for a journey, and kissed the princess tenderly, saying, "Farewell, my child. My daughter and I must leave you and go far away." the poor princess began to cry bitterly.
"Oh, you must not leave me," she sobbed. "What shall I do without you? Please, oh, please stay."
The lady shook her head. "It almost breaks my heart to go, dear child," she said. "But alas, it must be. Is there nothing that can keep you here?" asked the princess. "Only one thing," answered the lady, "and as that is impossible, we will not speak of it." "Nothing is impossible," persisted the princess. "Tell me what it is, and it shall be done." So at last her friend told her, "If the king, your father, would make me his queen, I would stay," she said, "but that he would never do." "Oh yes, that is easy enough," cried the princess, delighted to think that, after all, they need not be parted. And she ran off to find her father and beg him to marry the lady at once. He had done everything she asked, and she was quite certain he would do it. "What is it, my daughter?" he asked when he saw her. "You have been crying. Are you not happy?" "Father," she said, "I have come to ask you to marry the Countess," for that was the lady's real title. "If you do not, she will leave us, and then I shall be as lonely as before. You have never refused me what I have asked before. Do not refuse me now." The king turned quite pale when he heard this. He did not like the Countess, and so, of course, he did not wish to marry her. Besides, he still loved his dead wife. "No, that I cannot do, my child," he said at last. At these words, the princess began to cry once more, and the tears ran down her cheeks so fast, and she sobbed so bitterly that her father felt quite miserable too. He remembered the promise he had given always to do what his daughter asked him, and in the end, he gave way and promised to marry the Countess. The princess at once was all smiles and ran away to tell the good news. Soon after, the wedding was celebrated with great festivities, and the Countess became queen. But in spite of all the joy and merriment that filled the palace, the king looked pale and sad, for he was certain that ill would come of the marriage. Sure enough, in a very short time, the queen's manner towards the princess began to change. She was jealous of her because she, instead of her own daughter, was heir to the throne. And very soon she could no longer hide her thoughts. Instead of speaking kindly and lovingly as before, her words became rough and cruel. And once or twice she even slapped the princess's face. The king was very unhappy at seeing his dearly loved daughter suffer, and at last she became so wretched that he could no longer bear it. Calling her to him one day, he said, "My daughter, You are no longer merry as you should be, and I fear that it is the fault of your stepmother. It will be better for you to live with her no longer. Therefore, I have built you a castle on the island in the lake, and that is to be your home in future. There, you can do just as you like, and your stepmother will never enter it." The princess was delighted to hear this, and still more pleased when she saw the castle, which was full of beautiful things, and had a great number of windows looking out on the lovely blue water. There was a boat in which she might row herself about, and a garden where she could walk whenever she wished without fear of meeting the unkind queen. And the king promised to visit her every day. For a long time she dwelt in peace and grew more and more beautiful every day. Everyone who saw her said, "The princess is the loveliest lady in the land." And this was told to the queen, who hated her stepdaughter still more because her own daughter was ugly and stupid. One day, it was announced that a great meeting of knights and nobles was to be held in a neighboring kingdom, distant about 2 days' journey. There were to be all kinds of festivities, and a tournament was to be fought, and a banquet held in honor of the coming of age of the prince of the country. The princess's father was amongst those invited, but before he set out, he went to take leave of his daughter. Although she had such a beautiful home and was no longer scolded by the queen, the poor princess was dreadfully lonely, and she told her father that it would be better if she were dead. He did his best to comfort her and promised that he would soon return. Was there anything he could do to help her? "Yes," she said. "You may greet the Green Knight from me." Now the king wondered a little at these words, for he had never heard of the Green Knight. But there was no time to ask questions. Therefore he gave the promise and rode off on his journey. When he came to the palace where the festivities were to take place, the first thing he did was to ask, "Can anyone tell me where I may find the Green Knight?" No, they were very sorry, but none had ever heard of such a person either. Certainly he was not to be found there. At this, the king grew troubled, and not even the banquet or the tournament could make him feel happier. He inquired of everyone he saw, "Do you know the Green Knight?" But the only answer he got was, "No, Your Majesty, we have never heard of him." At length, he began to believe that the princess was mistaken, and that there was no such person. And he started on his homeward journey, sorrowfully enough, for this was the first time for many months that the princess had asked him to do anything for her, and he could not do it. He thought so much about it that he did not notice the direction his horse was taking, and presently he found himself in the midst of a dense forest where he had never been before. He rode on and on, looking for the path, But as the sun began to set, he realized that he was lost. At last, to his delight, he saw a man driving some pigs, and riding up to him, he said, "I have lost my way. Can you tell me where I am?" "You are in the Green Knight's forest," answered the man, "and these are his pigs." At that, the king's heart grew light. "Where does the Green Knight live?" he asked. "It is a very long way from here," said the swineherd, "but I will show you the path." So he went a little farther with the king and put him on the right road, and the king bade him farewell. Presently he came to a second forest, and there he met another swineherd driving pigs. "Whose beasts are those, my man?" he asked. "They are the Green Knight's," said the man. "And where does he live?" inquired the king. "Oh, not far from here," was the reply. Then the king rode on, and about midday he reached a beautiful castle standing in the midst of the loveliest garden you can possibly imagine, where fountains played in marble basins and peacocks walked on the smooth lawns. On the edge of a marble basin sat a young and handsome man who was dressed from head to foot in a suit of green armor and was feeding the goldfish which swam in the clear water. "This must be the Green Knight," thought the king. And going up to the young man, he said courteously, "I have come, sir, to give you my daughter's greeting. But I have wandered far and lost my way in your forest." The knight looked at him for a moment, as though puzzled. "I have never met either you or your daughter," he said at last. "But you are very welcome all the same." And he waved his hand towards the castle. However, the king took no notice and told him that his daughter had sent a message to the Green Knight, and as he was the only Green Knight in the kingdom, this message must be for him. "You must pass the night with me here," said the knight. And as the sun was already set, the king was thankful to accept the invitation. They sat down in the castle hall to a magnificent banquet. And although he had traveled much and visited many monarchs in their palaces, the king had never fared better than at the table of the Green Knight, whilst his host himself was so clever and agreeable that he was delighted and thought, what a charming son-in-law this knight would make. Next morning, when he was about to set forth on his journey home, the Green Knight put into his hand a jeweled casket, saying, "Will your Highness graciously condescend to carry this gift to the princess, your daughter? It contains my portrait, that when I come, she may know me, for I feel certain that she is the lady I have seen night after night in a dream, and I must win her for my bride." The king gave the knight his blessing and promised to take the gift to his daughter. With that, he set off. and ere long reached his own country. The princess was awaiting him anxiously when he arrived, and ran to his arms in her joy at seeing her dear father again. "And did you see the Green Knight?" she asked. "Yes," answered the king, drawing out the casket the knight had sent. "And he begged me to give you this, that you may know him when he arrives, and not mistake him for somebody else." When the princess saw the portrait, she was delighted and exclaimed, "It is indeed the man whom I have seen in my dreams. Now I shall be happy, for he and no other shall be my husband." Very soon after the Green Knight arrived, and he looked so handsome in his green armor, with a long green plume in his helmet, that the princess fell still more in love with him than before. And when he saw her, and recognized her as the lady whom he had so often dreamt of, he immediately asked her to be his bride. The princess looked down and smiled as she answered him, "We must keep the secret from my stepmother until the wedding day," said she, "for otherwise she will find a way to do us some evil." "As you please," replied the prince, "but I must visit you daily, for I can live no longer without you. I will come early in the morning and not leave until it is dark. Thus the queen will not see me row across the lake." For a long time, the Green Knight visited the princess every day and spent many hours wandering with her through the beautiful gardens where they knew the queen could not see them. But secrets, as you know, are dangerous things, and at last, one morning, a girl who was in service at the palace happened to be walking by the lake early in the morning and beheld a wonderfully handsome young man in a beautiful suit of green satin come down to the edge of the lake. Not guessing that he was watched, he got into a little boat that lay moored to the bank, rowed himself over to the island where the princess's castle stood. The girl went home, wondering who the knight could be, and as she was brushing the queen's hair, she said to her, "Does your majesty know that the princess has a suitor?" "Nonsense," replied the queen crossly, but she was dreadfully vexed at the mere idea, as her own daughter was still unmarried, and was likely to remain so, because she was so ill-tempered and stupid that no one wanted her. "It is true," persisted the girl. "He is dressed all in green and is very handsome. I saw him myself, though he did not see me, and he got into a boat and rowed over to the island, and the princess was waiting for him at the castle door. I must find out what this means," thought the queen. But she bade her maid of honor cease chattering and mind her own business. Early next morning, the queen got up and went down to the shore of the lake, where she hid herself behind a tree. Sure enough, there came a handsome knight dressed in green, just as the maid of honor had said, and he got into a boat and rowed over to the island where the princess awaited him. The angry queen remained by the lake all day, but it was not until the evening that the knight returned. And leaping on shore, he tied the boat to its moorings and went away through the forest. I have caught my stepdaughter nicely, thought the queen, but she shall not be married before my own sweet girl. I must find a way to put a stop to this. Accordingly, she took a poisoned nail and stuck it in the handle of the oar in such a way that the knight would be sure to scratch his hand when he picked up the oar. Then she went home laughing, very much pleased with her cleverness. The next day, the Green Knight went to visit the princess as usual. But directly he took up the oars to row over to the island, he felt a sharp scratch on his hand. "Oof," he said, dropping the oars from pain. "What can have scratched so?" But look as he might, only a tiny mark was to be seen. Well, it's strange how a nail could have come here since yesterday, he thought. Still, it is not very serious, though it hurts a good deal. And indeed, it seemed such a little thing that he did not mention it to the princess. However, when he reached home in the evening, he felt so ill he was obliged to go to bed, with no one to attend on him except his old nurse. But of this, of course, the princess knew nothing, and the poor girl, fearing lest some evil should have befallen him, or some other maiden more beautiful than she should have stolen his heart from her, grew almost sick with waiting. Lonely, indeed, she was, for her father, who would have helped her, was traveling in a foreign country, and she knew not how to obtain news of her lover. In this manner, time passed away, and one day, as she sat by the open window, crying and feeling very sad, a little bird came and perched on the branch of a tree that stood just underneath. It began to sing, and so beautifully that the princess was obliged to stop crying and listen to it. And very soon she found out that the bird was trying to attract her attention. "To-wit, to-wit, your lover is sick," it sang. "Alas," cried the princess, "what can I do? To-wit, to-wit, you must go to your father's palace." "And what shall I do there?" she asked. "To-wit, there you will find a snake with 9 young ones." "Ugh," answered the princess with a shiver, for she did not like snakes. But the little bird paid no heed. "Put them in a basket and go to the Green Knight's palace," said she. "And what am I to do with them when I get there?" she cried, blushing all over, though there was no one to see her but the bird. "Dress yourself as a kitchen maid and ask for a place. To wit, then you must make soup out of the snakes. Give it 3 times to the knight, and he will be cured. To wit. But what has made him ill? Asked the princess. The bird, however, had flown away, and there was nothing for it but to go to her father's palace and look for the snakes. When she came there, she found the mother snake with the 9 little snakes all curled up so that you could hardly tell their heads from their tails. The princess did not like having to touch them, but when the old snake had wriggled out of the nest to bask a little in the sun, she picked up the young ones and put them in a basket, as the bird had told her, and ran off to find the Green Knight's castle. All day she walked along, sometimes stopping to pick the wild berries or to gather a nosegay. But though she rested now and then, she would not lie down to sleep before she reached the castle. At last she came in sight of it, and just then she met a girl driving a flock of geese. "Good day," said the princess. "Can you tell me if this is the castle of the Green Knight?" "Yes, that it is," answered the goose girl, "for I am driving his geese. But the Green Knight is very ill, and they say that unless he can be cured within 3 days, he will surely die." At this news, the princess grew as white as death. The ground seemed to spin round, and she closed her hand tight on a bush that was standing beside her. By and by, with a great effort, she recovered herself and said to the goose girl, "Would you like to have a fine silk dress to wear?" The goose girl's eyes glistened. "Yes, that I would," answered she. "Then take off your dress and give it to me, and I will give you mine," said the princess. The girl could scarcely believe her ears, but the princess was already unfastening her beautiful silk dress and taking off her silk stockings and pretty red shoes. And the goose girl lost no time in slipping out of her rough linen skirt and tunic. Then the princess put on the other's rags and let down her hair, and went to the kitchen to ask for a place. "Do you want a kitchen maid?" she said. "Yes, we do," answered the cook, who was too busy to ask the newcomer many questions. The following day, after a good night's rest, the princess set about her new duties. The other servants were speaking of their master and saying to each other how ill he was, and that unless he could be cured within 3 days, he would surely die. The princess thought of the snakes and the bird's advice, and lifting her head from the pots and pans she was scouring, she said, "I know how to make a soup that has such a wonderful power that whoever tastes it is sure to be cured, whatever his illness may be. As the doctors cannot cure your master, shall I try?" At first, they all laughed at her. "What? A scullion cure the knight when the best physicians in the kingdom have failed?" But at last Just because all the physicians had failed, they decided that it would do no harm to try, and she ran off joyfully to fetch her basket of snakes and make them into broth. When this was ready, she carried some to the knight's room and entered it boldly, pushing aside all the learned doctors who stood beside his bed. The poor knight was too ill to know her. Besides, she was so ragged and dirty that he would not have been likely to do so had he been well. But when he had taken the soup, he was so much better that he was able to sit up. The next day, he had some more, and then he was able to dress himself. "That is certainly wonderful soup," said the cook. The third day, after he had eaten his soup, the knight was quite well again. "Who are you?" he asked the girl. "Was it you who made this soup that has cured me?" "Yes," answered the princess. "Choose, then, whatever you wish as a reward," said the knight, "and you shall have it." "I would be your bride," said the princess. The knight frowned in surprise at such boldness and shook his head. "That is the one thing I cannot grant," he said, "for I am pledged to marry the most beautiful princess in the world. Choose again." Then the princess ran away and washed herself and mended her rags. And when she returned, the Green Knight recognized her at once. You can think what a joyful meeting that was. Soon after, they were married with great splendor. All the knights and princes in the kingdom were summoned to the wedding, and the princess wore a dress that shone like the sun, so that no one had ever beheld a more gorgeous sight. The princess's father, of course, was present, but the wicked queen and her daughter were driven out of the country, and as nobody has seen them since, very likely they were eaten by wild beasts in the forest. But the bride and bridegroom were so happy that they forgot all about them, and they lived with the old king till he died, when they succeeded him. The 5 wise words of the Guru. Once there lived a handsome young man named Ram Singh, who, though a favorite with everyone, was unhappy because he had a scold for a stepmother. All day long she went on talking, until the youth was driven so distracted that he determined to go away somewhere and seek his fortune. No sooner had he decided to leave his home than he made his plans, and the very next morning he started off with a few clothes in a wallet and a little money in his pocket. But there was one person in the village to whom he wished to say goodbye, and that was a wise old guru, or teacher, who had taught him much. So he turned his face, first of all, towards his master's hut, and before the sun was well up, was knocking at his door. The old man received his pupil affectionately, but he was wise in reading faces, and saw at once that the youth was in trouble. "My son," said he, What is the matter?
Nothing, Father, replied the young man. But I have determined to go into the world and seek my fortune. Be advised, returned the guru, and remain in your father's house. It is better to have half a loaf at home than to seek a whole one in distant countries. But Ram Singh was in no mood to heed such advice, and very soon the old man ceased to press him. Well, said he at last, if your mind is made up, I suppose you must have your way. But listen carefully, and remember 5 parting counsels which I will give you. And if you keep these, no evil shall befall you. First, always obey without question the orders of him whose service you enter. Second, never speak harshly or unkindly to anyone. Third, never lie. Fourth, never try to appear the equal of those above you in station. And fifth, wherever you go, if you meet those who read or teach from the holy books, stay and listen, if but for a few minutes, that you may be strengthened in the path of duty. Then Ram Singh started out upon his journey, promising to bear in mind the old man's words. After some days, he came to a great city. He had spent all the money which he had at starting, and therefore resolved to look for work, however humble it might be. Catching sight of a prosperous-looking merchant standing in front of a shop full of grain of all kinds, Ram Singh went up to him and asked whether he could give him anything to do. The merchant gazed at him so long that the young man began to lose heart. But at length he answered, "Yes, of course. There is a place waiting for you." "What do you mean?" asked Ram Singh. "Why," replied the other, "yesterday our Raja's chief wazir dismissed his body servant and is wanting another. Now you are just the sort of person that he needs, for you are young and tall and handsome. I advise you to apply there." Thanking the merchant for this advice, the young man set out at once for the wazir's house, and soon managed, thanks to his good looks and appearance, to be engaged as the great man's servant. One day, soon after this, the Raja of the place started on a journey, and the chief wazir accompanied him. With them was an army of servants and attendants, soldiers, muleteers, camel drivers, merchants with grain, and stores for man and beast, singers to make entertainment, by the way, and musicians to accompany them, besides elephants, camels, horses, mules, ponies, donkeys, goats, and carts and wagons of every kind and description, so that it seemed more like a large town on the march than anything else. Thus they traveled for several days, till they entered a country that was like a sea of sand, where the swirling dust floated in clouds, and men and beasts
were half choked by it. Towards the close of that day, they came to a village. And when the headmen hurried out to salute the Raja and to pay him their respects, they began, with very long and serious faces, to explain that, whilst they and all that they had were of course at the disposal of the Raja, the coming of so large a company had nevertheless put them into a dreadful difficulty, because they had never a well nor spring of water in their country, and they had no water to give drink to such an army of men and beasts. Great fear fell upon the host at the words of the headmen, but the Raja merely told the Wazir that he must get water somehow, and that settled the matter so far as he was concerned. The Wazir sent off in haste for all the oldest men in the place, and began to question them as to whether there were no wells nearby. They all looked helplessly at each other and said nothing. But at length, one old gray beard replied, "Truly, Sir Wazir, there is, within a mile or two of this village, a well which some former king made hundreds of years ago. It is, they say, great and inexhaustible, covered in by heavy stonework, and with a flight of steps leading down to the water in the very bowels of the earth. But no man ever goes near it, because it is haunted by evil spirits, and it is known that whoso disappears down the well shall never be seen again." The Wazir stroked his beard and considered a moment. Then he turned to Ram Singh, who stood behind his chair. "There is a proverb," said he, "that no man can be trusted until he has been tried. Go you and get the Raja and his people water from this well." Mo. Then there flashed into Ram Singh's mind the first counsel of the old Guru: always obey without question the orders of him whose service you enter. So he replied at once that he was ready, and left to prepare for his adventure. 2 great brazen vessels he fastened to a mule. 2 lesser ones he bound upon his shoulders, and thus provided he set out, with the old villager for his guide. In a short time they came to a spot where some big trees towered above the barren country, whilst under their shadow lay the dome of an ancient building. This the guide pointed out as the well, but excused himself from going further as he was an old man and tired, and it was already nearly sunset, so that he must be returning home. So Ram Singh bade him farewell and went on alone with the mule. Arrived at the trees, Ram Singh tied up his beast, lifted the vessels from his shoulder, and having found the opening of the well, descended by a flight of steps which led down into the darkness. The steps were broad white slabs of alabaster, which gleamed in the shadows as he went lower and lower. All was very silent. Even the sound of his bare feet upon the pavements
seemed to wake an echo in that lonely place, and when one of the vessels which he carried slipped and fell upon the steps, it clanged so loudly that he jumped at the noise. Still, he went on, until at last he reached a wide pool of sweet water, and there he washed his jars with care before he filled them, and began to remount the steps with the lighter vessels. As the big ones were so heavy, he could only take up one at a time. Suddenly, something moved above him, and looking up, he saw a great giant standing on the stairway. In one hand, he held clasped to his heart a dreadful-looking mass of bones. In the other was a lamp, which cast long shadows about the walls, and made him seem even more terrible than he really was. "What think you, O mortal," said the giant, "of my fair and lovely wife?" And he held the light towards the bones in his arms and looked lovingly at them. Now I must tell you that this poor giant had had a very beautiful wife, whom he had loved dearly. But when she died, her husband refused to believe in her death, and always carried her about long after she had become nothing but bones. Ram Singh, of course, did not know of this, but there came to his mind the second wise saying of the Guru, which forbade him to speak harshly or inconsiderately to others. So he replied, "Truly, sir, I am sure you could find nowhere such another." "Ah, what eyes you have!" cried the delighted giant. "You at least can see. I do not know how often I have slain those who insulted her by saying she was but dried bones. You are a fine young man, and I will help you." So saying, he laid down the bones with great tenderness, and snatching up the huge brass vessels, carried them up again, and replaced them with such ease that it was all done by the time that Ram Singh had reached the open air with the smaller ones. "Now," said the giant, "you have pleased me, and you may ask of me one favor, and whatever you wish, I will do it for you. Perhaps you would like me to show you where lies buried the treasure of dead kings?" he added eagerly. But Ram Singh shook his head at the mention of buried wealth. "The favor that I would ask," said he, "is that you will leave off haunting this well, so that men may go in and out and obtain water." Perhaps the giant expected some favor more difficult to grant, for his face brightened, and he promised to depart at once. And as Ram Singh went off through the gathering darkness with his precious burden of water, he beheld the giant striding away with the bones of his dead wife in his arms. Great was the wonder and rejoicing in the camp when Ram Singh returned with the water. He never said anything, however, about his adventure with the giant, but merely told the Raja that there was nothing to prevent the well being used. And used it was, and nobody ever saw any more of the giant. The Raja was so pleased with the bearing of Ram Singh that he ordered the wazir to give the young man to him in exchange for one of his own servants. So Ram Singh became the Raja's attendant. And as the days went by, the king became more and more delighted with the youth, because, mindful of the old guru's third counsel, he was always honest and spoke the truth. He grew in favor rapidly, until at last the Raja made him his treasurer, and thus he reached a high place in the court and had wealth and power in his hands. Unluckily, the Raja had a brother who was a very bad man, and this brother thought that if he could win the young treasurer over to himself, he might, by this means, manage to steal little by little any of the king's treasure which he needed. Then, with plenty of money, he could bribe the soldiers and some of the Raja's counselors, head a rebellion, dethrone and kill his brother, and reign himself instead. He was too wary, of course, to tell Ram Singh of all these wicked plans, but he began by flattering him whenever he saw him, and at last offered him his daughter in marriage. But Ram Singh remembered the fourth counsel of the old guru, never to try to appear the equal of those above him in station. Therefore, he respectfully declined the great honor of marrying a princess. Of course, the prince, baffled at the very beginning of his enterprise, was furious and determined to work Ram Singh's ruin. And entering the Raja's presence, he told him a story about Ram Singh having spoken insulting words of his sovereign and of his daughter. What it was all about, nobody knew, and as it was not true, the wicked prince did not know either. But the Raja grew very angry and red in the face as he listened, and declared that until the treasurer's head was cut off, neither he, nor the princess, nor his brother would eat or drink. But, added he, I do not wish anyone to know that this was done by my desire, and anyone who mentions the subject will be severely punished. And with this, the prince was forced to be content. Then the Raja sent for an officer of his guard, and told him to take some soldiers and ride at once to a tower, which was situated just outside the town. And if anyone should come to inquire when the building was going to be finished, or should ask any other questions about it, the officer must chop his head off and bring it to him. As for the body, that could be buried on the spot. The old officer thought these instructions rather odd, but it was no business of his. So he saluted and went off to do his master's bidding. Early in the morning, the Raja, who had not slept all night, sent for Ram Singh and bade him go to the new hunting tower and ask the people there how it was getting on and when it was going to be finished, and to hurry back with the answer. Away went Ram Singh upon his errand. But on the road, as he was passing a little temple on the outskirts of the city, he heard someone inside reading aloud. And, remembering the Guru's 5th counsel, he just stepped inside and sat down to listen for a minute. He did not mean to stay longer, but became so deeply interested in the wisdom of the teacher that he sat and sat and sat, while the sun rose higher and higher. In the meantime, the wicked prince, who dared not disobey the Raja's command, was feeling very hungry. And as for the princess, she was quietly crying in a corner, waiting for the news of Ram Singh's death so that she might eat her breakfast. Hours passed, and stare as he might from the window, no messenger could be seen. At last, the prince could bear it no longer, and hastily disguising himself so that no one should recognize him, he jumped on a horse and galloped out to the hunting tower, where the Raja had told him that the execution was to take place. But when he got there was no execution going on. There were only some men engaged in building, and a number of soldiers idly watching them. He forgot that he had disguised himself, and that no one would know him. So, riding up, he cried out, "Now then, you men, why are you idling about here instead of finishing what you came to do? When is it to be done?" At his words, the soldiers looked at the commanding officer, who was standing a little apart from the rest. Unperceived by the prince, he made a slight sign. A sword flashed in the sun, and off flew a head on the ground beneath. As part of the prince's disguise had been a thick beard, the men did not recognize the dead man as the Raja's brother, but they wrapped the head in a cloth and buried the body as their commander bade them. When this was ended, the officer took the cloth and rode off in the direction of the palace. Meanwhile, the Raja came home from his council, and to his great surprise found neither head nor brother awaiting him. As time passed on, he became uneasy and thought that he had better go himself and see what the matter was. So, ordering his horse, he rode off alone. It happened that, just as the Raja came near to the temple where Ram Singh still sat, the young treasurer, hearing the sound of a horse's hoofs, looked over his shoulder and saw that the rider was the Raja himself. Feeling much ashamed of himself for having forgotten his errand, he jumped up and hurried out to meet his master, who reined up his horse and seemed very surprised, as indeed he was, to see him. At that moment, there arrived the officer of the guard, carrying his parcel. He saluted the Raja gravely, and dismounting, laid the bundle in the road, and began to undo the wrappings, whilst the Raja watched him
with wonder and interest when the last string was undone, and the head of his brother was displayed to his view. The Raja sprang from his horse and caught the soldier by the arm. As soon as he could speak, he questioned the man as to what had occurred, and little by little, a dark suspicion darted through him. Then, briefly telling the soldier that he had done well, the Raja drew Ram Singh to one side, and in a few minutes learned from him how in attending to the Guru's counsel, he had delayed to do the king's message. In the end, the Raja found from some papers the proofs of his dead brother's treachery, and Ram Singh established his innocence and integrity. He continued to serve the Raja for many years with unswerving fidelity, and married a maiden of his own rank in life, with whom he lived happily, dying at last, honored and loved by all men. Sons were born to him, and in time, to them also he taught the 5 wise sayings of the old Guru. The golden-headed fish. Once upon a time, there lived in Egypt a king who lost his sight from a bad illness. Of course, he was very unhappy, and became more so as months passed, and all the best doctors in the land were unable to cure him. The poor man grew so thin from misery that everyone thought he was going to die, and the prince, his only son, thought so too. Great was therefore the rejoicing through Egypt when a traveler arrived in a boat down the river Nile, and after questioning the people as to the reason of their downcast looks, declared that he was his court physician to the king of a far country, and would, if allowed, examine the eyes of the blind man. He was at once admitted into the royal presence, and after a few minutes of careful study, announced that the case, though very serious, was not quite hopeless. "Somewhere in the great sea," he said, "there exists a golden-headed fish. If you can manage to catch this creature, bring it to me, and I will prepare an ointment from its blood, which will restore your sight. For 100 days I will wait here, but if at the end of that time the fish should still be uncaught, I must return to my own master." The next morning, the young prince set forth in quest of the fish, taking with him 100 men, each man carrying a net. Quite a little fleet of boats was awaiting them, and in these they sailed to the middle of the great sea. During 3 months, they labored diligently from sunrise to sunset. But though they caught large multitudes of fishes, not one of them had a golden head. "It is quite useless now," said the prince on the very last night. "Even if we find it this evening, the 100 days will be over in an hour, and long before we could reach the Egyptian capital, the doctor will be on his way home. Still, I will go out again and cast the net once more myself." And so he did. And at the very moment that the 100 days were up, he drew in the net with the golden-headed fish entangled in its meshes.
success has come. But, as happens often, it is too late, murmured the young man, who had studied in the schools of philosophy. But all the same, put the fish in that vessel full of water, and we will take it back to show my father that we have done what we could. But when he drew near the fish, it looked up at him with such piteous eyes that he could not make up his mind to condemn it to death. For he knew well that though the doctors of his own country were ignorant of the secret of the ointment, they would do all in their power to extract something from the fish's blood. So he picked up the prize of so much labor and threw it back into the sea, and then began his journey back to the palace. When at last he reached it, he found the king in a high fever, caused by his disappointment, and he refused to believe the story told him by his son. "Your head shall pay for it. Your head shall pay for it," cried he, and bade the courtiers instantly summon the executioner to the palace. But of course, somebody ran at once to the queen and told her of the king's order, and she put common clothes on the prince and filled his pockets with gold, and hurried him on board a ship which was sailing that night for a distant island. "Your father will repent some day, and then he will be thankful to know you are alive," said she. "But one last counsel will I give you, and that is, take no man into your service who desires to be paid every month." The young prince thought this advice rather odd. If the servant had to be paid anyhow, he did not understand what difference it could make, whether it was by the year or by the month. However, he had many times proved that his mother was wiser than he, so he promised obedience. After a voyage of several weeks, he arrived at the island of which his mother had spoken. It was full of hills and woods and flowers, and beautiful white houses stood everywhere in gardens. What a charming spot to live in, thought the prince. And he lost no time in buying one of the prettiest of the dwellings. Then servants came pressing to offer their services, but as they all declared that they must have payment at the end of every month, the young man, who remembered his mother's words, declined to have anything to say to them. At length, one morning, an Arab appeared and begged that the prince would engage him. "And what wages do you ask?" inquired the prince, when he had questioned the newcomer and found him suitable. "I do not want money," answered the Arab. "At the end of a year, you can see what my services are worth to you, and can pay me in any way you like." And the young man was pleased, and took the Arab for his servant. Now, although no one would have guessed it from the look of the side of the island where the prince had landed, the other part was a complete desert, owing to the ravages of a horrible monster which came up from the sea and devoured all the corn and cattle. The governor had sent bands of soldiers to lie in wait for the creature in order to kill it. But somehow, no one ever happened to be awake at the moment that the ravages were committed. It was in vain that the sleepy soldiers were always punished severely. The same thing invariably occurred next time, and at last heralds were sent throughout the island to offer a great reward to the man who could slay the monster. As soon as the Arab heard the news, he went straight to the governor's palace. "If my master can succeed in killing the monster, what reward will you give him?" asked he. "My daughter, and anything besides that he chooses," answered the governor. But the Arab shook his head. "Give him your daughter, and keep your wealth," said he. "But henceforward, let her share in your gains, whatever they are." "It is well," replied the governor, and ordered a deed to be prepared, which was signed by both of them. That night, the Arab stole down to the shore to watch, but before he set out, he rubbed himself all over with some oil, which made his skin smart so badly that there was no chance of his going to sleep, as the soldiers had done. Then he hid himself behind a large rock and waited. By and by, a swell seemed to rise on the water, and a few minutes later, a hideous monster, part bird, part beast, and part serpent, stepped noiselessly onto the rocks. It walked stealthily up towards the fields, but the Arab was ready for it, and as it passed, plunged his dagger into the soft part behind the ear. The creature staggered and gave a loud cry, and then rolled over dead, with its feet in the sea. The Arab watched for a little while, in order to make sure that there was no life left in his enemy. But as the huge body remained quite still, he quitted his hiding place and cut off the ears of his foe. These he carried to his master, bidding him show them to the governor, and declare that he himself, and no other, had killed the monster. "But it was you, and not I, who slew him," objected the prince. "Never mind. Do as I bid you. I have a reason for it," answered the Arab. And though the young man did not like taking credit for what he had never done, at length he gave in. The governor was so delighted at the news that he begged the prince to take his daughter to wife that very day. But the prince refused, saying that all he desired was a ship which would carry him to see the world. Of course, this was granted him at once, and when he and his faithful Arab embarked, they found, heaped up in the vessel, stores of diamonds and precious stones, which the grateful governor had secretly placed there. So they sailed, and they sailed, and they sailed, and at length they reached the shores of a great kingdom. Leaving the prince on board, the Arab went into the town to find out what sort of a place it was. After some hours he returned, saying that he heard that the king's daughter was the most beautiful princess in the world, and that the prince would do well to ask for her hand. Nothing loath, the prince listened to this advice, and taking some of the finest necklaces in his hand, he mounted a splendid horse which the Arab had bought for him, and rode up to the palace, closely followed by his faithful attendant. The strange king happened to be in a good humor, and they were readily admitted to his presence. Laying down his offerings on the steps of the throne, he prayed the king to grant him his daughter in marriage. The monarch listened to him in silence, but answered after a pause, "Young man, I will give you my daughter to wife, if that is your wish. But first, I must tell you that she has already gone through the marriage ceremony with 190 young men, and not one of them, 185, lived for 12 hours after. So think, while there is yet time." The prince did think, and was so frightened that he very nearly went back to his ship without any more words. But just as he was about to withdraw his proposal, the Arab whispered, "Fear nothing, but take her. The luck must change some time," he said at last, "and who would not risk his head for the hand of such a peerless princess?" "As you will," replied the king. "Then I will give orders that the marriage shall be celebrated tonight." And so it was done. And after the ceremony, the bride and bridegroom retired to their own apartments to sup by themselves, for such was the custom of the country. The moon shone bright, and the prince walked to the window to look out upon the river and upon the distant hills, when his gaze suddenly fell on a silken shroud neatly laid out on a couch, with his name embroidered in gold thread across the front. For this also was the pleasure of the king. Horrified at the spectacle, he turned his head away, and this time his glance rested on a group of men, digging busily beneath the window. It was a strange hour for anyone to be at work. And what was the hole for? It was a curious shape, so long and narrow, almost like... Yes, that was what it was. It was his grave that they were digging. The shock of the discovery rendered him speechless, yet he stood fascinated and unable to move. At this moment, a small black snake darted from the mouth of the princess, who was seated at the table, and wriggled quickly towards him. But the Arab was watching for something of the sort to happen, and seizing the serpent with some pincers that he held in one hand, he cut off its head with a sharp dagger. The king could hardly believe his eyes when early, PG 186, the next morning, his new son-in-law craved an audience of His Majesty. "What? You?" he cried as the young man entered. "Yes, I." "Why not?" asked the bridegroom, who thought it best to pretend not to know anything that had occurred. "You remember, I told you that the luck must turn at last, and so it has. But I came to ask whether you would be so kind as to bid the gardeners fill up a great hole right underneath my window, which spoils the view." "Oh, certainly. Yes, of course it shall be done," stammered the king. "Is there anything else?" "No, nothing, thank you," replied the prince, as he bowed and withdrew. Now, from the moment that the Arab cut off the snake's head, the spell, or whatever it was, seemed to have been taken off the princess, and she lived very happily with her husband. The days passed swiftly in hunting in the forests, or sailing on the broad river that flowed past the palace. And when night fell, she would sing to her harp, or the prince would tell her tales of his own country. One evening, a man in a strange garb, with a face burnt brown by the sun, arrived at court. He asked to see the bridegroom, and falling on his face, announced that he was a messenger sent by the Queen of Egypt, proclaiming him king in succession to his father, who was dead. "Her Majesty begs you will set out without delay, and your bride also, as the affairs of the kingdom are somewhat in disorder," ended the messenger. Then the young man hastened to seek an audience of his father-in-law, who was delighted to find that his daughter's husband was not merely the governor of a province, as he had supposed, but the king of a powerful country. He at once ordered a splendid ship to be made ready, and in a week's time rowed down to the harbor to bid farewell to the young couple. In spite of her grief for the dead king, the queen was overjoyed to welcome her son home, and commanded the palace to be hung with splendid stuffs to do honor to the bride. The people expected great things from their new sovereign, for they had suffered much from the harsh rule of the old one, and crowds presented themselves every morning with petitions in their hands, which they hoped to persuade the king to grant. Truly, he had enough to keep him busy, but he was very happy for all that, till one night the Arab came to him and begged permission to return to his own land. Filled with dismay, the young man said, "Leave me. Do you really wish to leave me?" Sadly, the Arab bowed his head. "No, my master. Never could I wish to leave you. But I have received a summons, and I dare not disobey it." The king was silent, trying to choke down the grief he felt at the thought of losing his faithful servant. "Well, I must not try to keep you," he faltered out at last. "That would be a poor return for all that you have done for me. Everything I have is yours. Take what you will. For without you, I should long ago have been dead. And without you, I should long ago have been dead," answered the Arab. "I am the golden-headed fish." Dorani. Once upon a time, there lived in a city of Hindustan a seller of scents and essences, who had a very beautiful daughter named Dorani. This maiden had a friend who was a fairy, and the two were high in favor with Indra, the king of fairyland, because they were able to sing so sweetly and dance so deftly that no one in the kingdom could equal them for grace and beauty. Dorani had the most lovely hair in the world, for it was like spun gold, and the smell of it was like the smell of fresh roses. But her locks were so long and thick that the weight of it was often unbearable. And one day she cut off a shining tress, and wrapping it in a large leaf, threw it in the river, which ran just below her window. Now it happened that the king's son was out hunting, and had gone down to the river to drink, when there floated towards him a folded leaf, from which came a perfume of roses. The prince, with idle curiosity, took a step into the water and caught the leaf as it was sailing by. He opened it, and within he found a lock of hair like spun gold, and from which came a faint, exquisite odor. When the prince reached home that day, he looked so sad and was so quiet that his father wondered if any ill had befallen him, and asked what was the matter. Then the youth took from his breast the tress of hair which he had found in the river, and holding it up to the light, replied, "See, my father, was ever hair like this? Unless I may win and marry the maiden that owns that lock, I must die." So the king immediately sent heralds throughout all his dominions to search for the damsel with hair like spun gold. And at last he learned that she was the daughter of the scent seller. The object of the herald's mission was quickly noised abroad, and Dorani heard of it with the rest. And one day she said to her father, "If the hair is mine, and the king requires me to marry his son, I must do so. But remember, you must tell him that if, after the wedding, I stay all day at the palace, every night will be spent in my old home." The old man listened to her with amazement, but answered nothing, as he knew she was wiser than he. Of course the hair was Dorani's, and heralds soon returned and informed the king, their master, who summoned the scent seller, and told him that he wished for his daughter to be given in marriage to the prince. The father bowed his head 3 times to the ground and replied, "Your Highness is our Lord, and all that you bid us we will do. The maiden asks this only, that if, after the wedding, she stays all day at the palace, she may go back each night to her father's house." The king thought this a very strange request, but said to himself it was, after all, his son's affair, and the girl would surely soon get tired of going to and fro. So he made no difficulty, and everything was speedily arranged, and the wedding was celebrated with great rejoicings. At first, the condition attaching to his wedding with the lovely Dorani troubled the prince very little, for he thought that he would at least see his bride all day. But to his dismay, he found that she would do nothing but sit the whole time upon a stool, with her head bowed forward upon her knees. And he could never persuade her to say a single word. Each evening, she was carried in a palanquin to her father's house, and each morning she was brought back soon after daybreak. And yet never a sound passed her lips, nor did she show by any sign that she saw or heard or heeded her husband. One evening, the prince, very unhappy and troubled, was wandering in an old and beautiful garden near the palace. The gardener was a very aged man who had served the prince's great-grandfather. And when he saw the prince, he came and bowed himself to him and said, "Child, child, why do you look so sad? Is aught the matter?" Then the prince replied, "I am sad, old friend, because I have married a wife as lovely as the stars, but she will not speak to me, and I know not what to do. Night after night she leaves me for her father's house, and day after day she sits in mine as though turned to stone, and utters no word, whatever I may do or say." The old man stood thinking for a moment, and then he hobbled off to his own cottage. A little later, he came back to the prince with 5 or 6 small packets, which he placed in his hands, and said, "Tomorrow, when your bride leaves the palace, sprinkle the powder from one of these packets upon your body, and while seeing clearly, you will become yourself invisible. More I cannot do for you, but may all go well." And the prince thanked him and put the packets carefully away in his turban. The next night, when Dorani left for her father's house in her palanquin, the prince took out a packet of the magic powder and sprinkled it over himself, and then hurried after her. He soon found that, as the old man had promised, he was invisible to everyone, although he felt as usual and could see all that passed. He speedily overtook the palanquin and walked beside it to the scent seller's dwelling. There it was set down, and when his bride, closely veiled, left it and entered the house, he too entered unperceived. At the first door, Dorani removed one veil. Then she entered another doorway at the end of a passage where she removed another veil. Next, she mounted the stairs, and at the door of the women's quarters removed a third veil. After this, she proceeded to her own room, where were set 2 large basins, one of attar of roses and one of water. In these, she washed herself, and afterwards called for food. A servant brought her a bowl of curds, which she ate hastily, and then arrayed herself in a robe of silver, and wound about her strings of pearls, while a wreath of roses crowned her hair. When fully dressed, she seated herself upon a 4-legged stool over which was a canopy with silken curtains. These she drew around her, and then called out, "Fly, stool, to the palace of Raja Indra." Instantly, the stool rose in the air, and the invisible prince, who had watched all these proceedings with great wonder, seized it by one leg as it flew away, and found himself being borne through the air at a rapid rate. In a short while, they arrived at the house of the fairy, who, as I told you before, was the favorite friend of Dorani. The fairy stood waiting on the threshold, as beautifully dressed as Dorani herself was. And when the stool stopped at her door, she cried in astonishment, "Why, the stool is flying all crooked today. What is the reason of that, I wonder? I suspect that you have been talking to your husband, and so it will not fly straight." But Dorani declared that she had not spoken one word to him, and she couldn't think why the stool flew as if weighed down at one side. The fairy still looked doubtful, but made no answer, and took her seat beside Dorani, the prince again holding tightly one leg. Then the stool flew on through the air until it came to the palace of Indra, the Raja. All through the night, the women sang and danced before the Raja Indra, whilst a magic lute played of itself the most bewitching music, till the prince, who sat watching it all, was quite entranced. Just before dawn, the Raja gave the signal to cease. And again, the two women seated themselves on the stool, and with the prince clinging to the leg, it flew back to earth, and bore Dorani and her husband safely to the scent seller's shop. Here the prince hurried away by himself past Dorani's palanquin with its sleepy bearers, straight on to the palace. And as he passed the threshold of his own rooms, he became visible again. Then he lay down upon a couch and waited for Dorani's arrival. As soon as she arrived, she took a seat and remained as silent as usual, with her head bowed on her knees. For a while, not a sound was heard, but presently the prince said, "I dreamed a curious dream last night, and as it was all about you, I am going to tell it you, although you heed nothing." The girl, indeed, took no notice of his words, but in spite of that, he proceeded to relate every single thing that had happened the evening before, leaving out no detail of all that he had seen or heard. And when he praised her singing, and his voice shook a little, Dorani just looked at him, but she said naught, though, in her own mind, she was filled with wonder. "What a dream," she thought. Could it have been a dream? How could he have learnt in a dream all she had done or said? Still, she kept silent. Only she looked that once at the prince, and then remained all day as before, with her head bowed upon her knees. When night came, the prince again made himself invisible and followed her. The same things happened again as had happened before, but Dorani sang better than ever. In the morning, the prince a second time told Dorani all that she had done, pretending that he had dreamt of it. Directly he had finished, Dorani gazed at him and said, "Is it true that you dreamt this, or were you really there?" "I was there," answered the prince. "But why do you follow me?" asked the girl. "Because," replied the prince, "I love you, and to be with you is happiness." This time Dorani's eyelids quivered, but she said no more and was silent the rest of the day. However, in the evening, just as she was stepping into her palanquin, she said to the prince, "If you love me, prove it by not following me tonight." And so the prince did as she wished and stayed at home. That evening, the magic stool flew so unsteadily that they could hardly keep their seats, and at last the fairy exclaimed, "There is only one reason that it should jerk like this. You have been talking to your husband." And Dorani replied, "Yes, I have spoken. Oh yes, I have spoken." But no more would she say. That night, Dorani sang so marvelously that at the end the Raja Indra rose up and vowed that she might ask what she would, and he would give it to her. At first she was silent, but when he pressed her, she answered, "Give me the magic lute." The Raja, when he heard this, was displeased with himself for having made so rash a promise, because this lute he valued above all his possessions. But as he had promised, so he must perform, and with an ill grace he handed it to her. "You must never come here again," said he, "for once having asked so much, how will you in future be content with smaller gifts?" Dorani bowed her head silently as she took the lute and passed with the fairy out of the great gate where the stool awaited them. More unsteadily than before, it flew back to earth. When Dorani got to the palace that morning, she asked the prince whether he had dreamt again. He laughed with happiness, for this time she had spoken to him of her own free will. And he replied, "No, but I begin to dream now, not of what has happened in the past, but of what may happen in the future." That day, Dorani sat very quietly, but she answered the prince when he spoke to her. And when evening fell, and with it the time for her departure, she still sat on. Then the prince came close to her and said softly, "Are you not going to your house, Dorani?" At that she rose and threw herself weeping into his arms, whispering gently, "Never again, my lord, never again would I leave thee." So the prince won his beautiful bride, and though they neither of them dealt any further with fairies and their magic, they learnt more daily of the magic of love, which one may still learn, although fairy magic has fled away. The Satin Surgeon.
Once upon a time, there was a very rich and powerful king who, in spite of having been married several times, had only 2 daughters. The elder was extremely plain. She squinted and was hunchbacked, but at the same time, she was very clever and amusing. So, though at heart both spiteful and untruthful, she was her father's favorite. The younger princess, on the other hand, was both lovely and sweet-tempered, and those who knew her well could hardly say whether her charming face or pleasant manners was the more attractive. The neighboring country was governed by a young emperor who, though not much over 20 years of age, had shown great courage in battle, and, had he wished it, might very likely have conquered the whole world. Luckily, he preferred peace to war, and occupied his time with trying to rule his own kingdom well and wisely. His people were very anxious that he should marry, and as the 2 princesses were the only ladies to be heard of suitable age and rank, the emperor sent envoys to their father's court to ask for the hand of one of them in marriage. But as he was resolved only to marry a woman whom he could love and be happy with, he determined to see the lady himself before making up his mind. For this purpose, he set out in disguise not long after the departure of his ambassadors, and arrived at the palace very soon after they did. But as he had foolishly kept his plan secret, he found, when he reached the court, that they had already made proposals for the elder princess. Now the emperor might just as well have gone openly, for his presence soon became known, and when the king heard of it, he prepared to receive him royally, though of course he had to pretend that he had no idea who he was. So it was settled that the ambassadors should present their master under the name of one of the princes, and in this manner he was received by the king. At night there was a grand ball, at which the young emperor was able to see the 2 princesses and to make their acquaintance. The ugly face and figure and spiteful remarks of the elder displeased him so greatly that he felt he could not marry her, even if she owned 10 kingdoms, whilst the sweet face and gentle manners of the younger sister charmed him so much that he would gladly have shared his throne with her had she been only a simple shepherdess. He found it very difficult to conceal his thoughts and to pay the elder princess the amount of attention due to her, though he did his best to be polite, while all he saw or heard during the next few days only increased his awe for her younger sister. And at last he confessed that his dearest wish was to make her his wife, if she and her father would grant his desire. He had commanded his ambassadors to put off their farewell audience for a little time, hoping that the king might perceive the state of his feelings. But when it could be deferred no longer, he bade them propose in his name for the younger princess. On hearing this news, so different from what he had been led to expect,
The king who, as we have said before, was devoted to his elder daughter and entirely under her influence, could hardly contain his displeasure. Directly the audience was over, he sent for the princess and told her of the insolent proposal the emperor had made for her sister. The princess was even more furious than her father, and after consulting together, they decided to send the younger daughter to some distant place out of reach of the young emperor. But where this should be, they did not quite know. However, at length, after they had both racked their brains to find a suitable prison, they fixed on a lonely castle called the Desert Tower, where they thought she would be quite safe. Meantime, it was thought best to let the court gaieties go on as usual, and orders were given for all sorts of splendid entertainments. And on the day that was fixed for carrying off the princess, the whole court was invited to a great hunt in the forest. The emperor and the young princess were counting the hours till this morning, which promised to be so delightful, should dawn. The king and his guest arrived together at the meeting place, but what was the surprise and distress of the young man at not seeing the object of his love amongst the ladies present. He waited anxiously, looking up and down, not hearing anything that the king said to him. And when the hunt began, and she still was absent, he declined to follow, and spent the whole day seeking her, but in vain. On his return, one of his attendants told him that some hours before he had met the princess's carriage, escorted by a troop of soldiers who were riding on each side, so that no one could get speech of her. He had followed them at a distance and saw them stop at the Desert Tower, and on its return, he noticed that the carriage was empty. The emperor was deeply grieved by this news. He left the court at once and ordered his ambassadors to declare war the very next day, unless the king promised to set free the princess. And more than this, no sooner had he reached his own country than he raised a large army, with which he seized the frontier towns, before his enemy had had time to collect any troops. But ere he quitted the court, he took care to write a letter to his beloved princess, imploring her to have patience and trust to him, and this he gave into the hands of his favorite equerry, who would, he knew, lay down his life in his service. With many precautions, the equerry managed to examine the surroundings of the tower, and at last discovered not only where the princess lodged, but that a little window in her room looked out on a desolate plot full of brambles. Now, the unhappy princess was much annoyed that she was not even allowed to take the air at this little window, which was the only one in her room. Her keeper was her elder sister's former nurse, a woman whose eyes never slept. Not for an instant could she be induced to stir from the side of the princess, and she watched her slightest movement. One day, however, the spy was for once busy in her room, writing an account of the princess to her elder sister, and the poor prisoner seized the opportunity to lean out of the window. As she looked about her, she noticed a man hidden amongst the bushes, who stepped forward as soon as he caught sight of her, and showed her a letter, which he took from his jerkin. She at once recognized him as one of the emperor's attendants, and let down a long string, to which he tied the letter. You can fancy how quickly she drew it up again, and luckily she had just time to read it before her jailer had finished her report and entered the room. The princess's delight was great, and next day she managed to write an answer on a sheet of her notebook and to throw it down to the equerry, who hastened to carry it back to his master. The emperor was so happy at having news of his dear princess that he resolved, at all risks, to visit the desert tower himself, if only to see her for a moment. He ordered his equerry to ask leave to visit her, and the princess replied that she should indeed rejoice to see him, but that she feared that her jailer's watchfulness would make his journey useless unless he came during the short time when the old woman was writing alone in her own room. Naturally, the bare idea of difficulties only made the emperor more eager than ever. He was ready to run any risks, but by the advice of the equerry, he decided to try cunning rather than force. In his next letter, he enclosed a sleeping powder, which the princess managed to mix with her jailer's supper, so that when the emperor reached the tower in the evening, the princess appeared fearlessly at her window on hearing his signal. They had a long and delightful conversation, and parted in the fond hope that their meeting had not been observed. But in this they were sadly mistaken. The watchful eyes of the old nurse were proof against any sleeping draught. She had seen and heard all, and lost no time in writing to report everything to her mistress. The news made the spiteful little hunchback furious, and she resolved to be cruelly revenged for the contempt with which the emperor had treated her. She ordered her nurse to pretend not to notice what might be passing, and meantime she had a trap made so that if the emperor pushed his way through the brambles at the foot of the tower, it would not only catch him, as if he were a mouse, but would let loose a number of poisoned arrows, which would pierce him all over. When it was ready, the trap was hidden amongst the brambles without being observed by the princess. That same evening, the emperor hurried to the tower with all the impatience of love. As he came near, he heard the princess break into a long, joyous peal of laughter. He advanced quickly to give the usual signal, when suddenly his foot trod on something. He knew not what. A sharp, stinging pain ran through him, and he turned white and faint. But luckily, the trap had only opened a little way, and only a few of the arrows flew out. For a moment, he staggered, and then fell to the ground, covered with blood. Had he been alone, he would have died very shortly. But his faithful squire was close at hand, and carried his master off to the wood, where the rest of his escort were waiting for him. His wounds were bound up, and some poles were cut to make a rough litter. And almost unconscious, the emperor was borne away out of his enemy's country to his own palace. All this time, the princess was feeling very anxious. She had been whiling away the hours before this meeting by playing with a little pet monkey, which had been making such funny faces that, in spite of her troubles, she had burst into the hearty laugh overheard by the emperor. But by and by, she grew restless, waiting for the signal which never came, and, had she dared, would certainly have rebelled when her jailer, whom she believed to be fast asleep, ordered her to go to bed at once. A fortnight passed, which was spent in great anxiety by the poor girl, who grew thin and weak with the uncertainty. At the end of this period, when the nurse went to her room one morning as usual in order to write her daily report, she carelessly left the key in the door. This was perceived by the princess, who turned it upon her so quickly and quietly that she never found out she was locked in till she had finished writing, and got up to seek her charge. Finding herself free, the princess flew to the window, and to her horror saw the arrows lying about amongst the blood-stained brambles. Distracted with terror, she slipped down the stairs and out of the tower, and ran for some time along a path, when, with great good luck, she met the husband of her own nurse, who had only just learned of her imprisonment, and was on his way to try and find out whether he could serve her. The princess begged him to get her some men's clothes while she awaited him in a little wood close by. The good man was overjoyed to be of use, and started at once for the nearest town, where he soon discovered a shop where the court lackeys were accustomed to sell their master's cast-off clothes. The princess dressed herself at once in the disguise he had brought, which was of rich material and covered with precious stones, and putting her own garments into a bag, which her servant hung over his shoulders, they both set out on their journey. This lasted longer than either of them expected. They walked by day as far as the princess could manage, and by night they slept in the open air. One evening, they camped in a lovely valley, watered by a rippling stream, and towards morning, the princess was awakened by a charming voice singing one of the songs of her own childhood. Anxious to find out where the sound came from, she walked to a thicket of myrtles, where she saw a little boy with a quiver at his back and an ivory bow in his hand, singing softly to himself as he smoothed the feathers of his shafts. "Are you surprised at seeing my eyes open?" he asked with a smile. "Ah, I am not always blind. And sometimes it is well to know what sort of a heart needs piercing. It was I who sent out my darts the day that you and the Emperor met. So, as I have caused the wound, I am in duty bound to find the cure." Then he gave her a little bottle full of a wonderful salve with which to dress the Emperor's wounds when she found him. "In 2 days, you can reach his palace," he said. "Do not waste time, for sometimes time is life." The princess thanked the boy with tears in her eyes and hastened to awake her guide so that they might start, and set off at once on their way. As the boy had foretold, in 2 days the tower and walls of the city came in sight, and her heart beat wildly at the thought that she would soon be face to face with the Emperor. But on inquiring after his health, she learned, to her horror, that he was sinking fast. For a moment, her grief was so great that she nearly betrayed herself. Then, calling all her courage to her aid, she announced that she was a doctor, and that if they would leave him in her charge for a few days, she would promise to cure him. Now, in order to make a good appearance at court, the new doctor resolved to have an entire suit made of pale blue satin. She bought the richest, most splendid stuff to be had in the shops, and summoned a tailor to make it for her, engaging to pay him double if he would finish the work in 2 hours. Next, she went to the market, where she bought a fine mule, bidding her servant see that its harness was adorned with trappings of blue satin also. Whilst all was being made ready, the princess asked the woman in whose house she lived whether she knew any of the emperor's attendants, and found to her satisfaction that her cousin was His Majesty's chief valet. The doctor then bade the woman inform everyone she met that on hearing of the emperor's illness, a celebrated surgeon had hastened to attend him, and had undertaken to cure him entirely, declaring himself prepared to be burnt alive in case of failure. The good woman, who loved nothing better than a bit of gossip, hurried to the palace with her news. Her story did not lose in telling. The court physicians were very scornful about the newcomer, but the emperor's attendants remarked that as, in spite of their remedies, His Majesty was dying before their eyes, there could be no harm in consulting this stranger. So the Lord Chamberlain begged the young doctor to come and prescribe for the royal patient without delay, and the doctor sent a message at once that he would do himself the honor to present himself at the palace. And he lost no time in mounting his mule and setting out. As the people and soldiers saw him ride past, they cried out, "Here comes the Satin Surgeon! Look at the Satin Surgeon!" "Long live the Satin Surgeon." And on arriving, he was announced by this name, and at once taken to the sick room of the dying man. The emperor was lying with his eyes closed, and his face as white as the pillow itself. But directly he heard the newcomer's voice, he looked up and smiled, and signed that he wished the new doctor to remain near him. Making a low bow, the Satin Surgeon assured the emperor that he felt certain of curing his malady, but insisted that everyone should leave the room except the emperor's favorite equerry. He then dressed the wounds with the magic salve which the boy had given him, and it so relieved the emperor's pain that he slept soundly all that night. When morning broke, the courtiers and doctors hurried to the emperor's chamber and were much surprised to find him free of pain. But they were promptly ordered out of the room by the Satin Surgeon, who renewed the dressings with such good results that next morning the emperor was nearly well and able to leave his bed. As he grew stronger, his thoughts dwelt more and more on the cause of all his sufferings, and his spirits grew worse as his health grew better. The face and voice of his new doctor reminded him of the princess who had, he imagined, betrayed him and caused him such dreadful torture. And unable to bear the thought, his eyes filled with tears. The doctor noticed his sad countenance and did all he could to enliven his patient with cheerful talk and amusing stories, till at last he won the emperor's confidence and heard all the story of his love for a lady who had treated him cruelly, but whom, in spite of everything, he could not help loving. The Satin Surgeon listened with sympathy and tried to persuade the emperor that possibly the princess was not so much to blame as might appear. But, eager though the sick man was to believe this, it took a long while to persuade him of it. At length, a day came when the emperor was nearly well, and for the last time the doctor dressed the wounds with the precious salve. Then, both patient and surgeon, being wearied out with something they could not explain, fell asleep and slept for hours. Early next morning, the princess, having decided to resume her own clothes, which she had brought with her in a bag, dressed herself with great care and put on all her jewels so as to make herself look as lovely as possible. She had just finished when the emperor awoke, feeling so strong and well that he thought he must be dreaming, nor could he believe himself to be awake when he saw the princess draw aside his curtains. For some minutes they gazed at each other, unable to speak, and then they only uttered little gasps of joy and thankfulness. By and by, the princess told him the whole story of her adventures since their last interview at the desert tower, and the emperor, weak as he was, threw himself at her feet with vows of love and gratitude, without ever giving a thought
to the fact that the household and court physicians were awaiting their summons in the anteroom. The emperor, anxious to prove how much he owed to the Satin Surgeon, opened his door himself, and great was everyone's surprise and joy at seeing him in such perfect health. Like good courtiers, they hastened in to praise and compliment the Satin Surgeon. But what was their astonishment on finding that he had disappeared, leaving in his place the loveliest princess in the whole world. Whilst thanking the surgeon for his miraculous cure, you might at the same time do homage to your empress, observed the emperor. He wished to have the marriage celebrated the same day, but the princess declared that she must wait to get her father's permission first. Messengers were therefore instantly dispatched to the neighboring capital, and soon returned with the king's consent. For he had lately discovered all the mischief caused by his elder daughter. The spiteful princess was so furious at the failure of her plans that she took to her bed and died in a fit of rage and jealousy. No one grieved for her, and the king, being tired of the fatigues of government, gave up his crown to his younger daughter. So the two kingdoms henceforth became one. The Billy Goat and the King. Once there lived a certain king who understood the language of all birds and beasts and insects. This knowledge had of course been given him by a fairy godmother, but it was rather a troublesome present, for he knew that if he were ever to reveal anything he had thus learned, he would turn into a stone. How he managed to avoid doing so long before this story opens, I cannot say, but he had safely grown up to manhood and married a wife, and was as happy as monarchs generally are. This king, I must tell you, was a Hindu, and when a Hindu eats his food, he has a nice little place on the ground freshly plastered with mud, and he sits in the middle of it with very few clothes on, which is quite a different way from ours. Well, one day, the king was eating his dinner in just such a nice, clean, mud-plastered spot, and his wife was sitting opposite to wait upon him and keep him company. As he ate, he dropped some grains of rice upon the ground, and a little ant, who was running about seeking a living, seized upon one of the grains and bore it off towards his hole. Just outside the king's circle, this ant met another ant, and the king heard the second one say, "Oh, dear friend, do give me that grain of rice, and get another one for yourself. You see, my boots are so dirty that if I were to go upon the king's eating place, I should defile it. And I can't do that. It would be so very rude." But the owner of the grain of rice only replied, "If you want rice, go and get it. No one will notice your dirty boots. And you don't suppose that I am going to carry rice for all our kindred?" Then the king laughed. The queen looked at herself up
and down, but she could not see or feel anything in her appearance to make the king laugh. So she said, "What are you laughing at?" "Did I laugh?" replied the king. "Of course you did," retorted the queen. "And if you think that I am ridiculous, I wish you would say so, instead of behaving in that stupid way. What are you laughing at?" "I'm not laughing at anything," answered the king. "Very well, but you did laugh, and I want to know why." "Well, I'm afraid I can't tell you," said the king. "You must tell me," replied the queen impatiently. "If you laugh when there's nothing to laugh at, you must be ill or mad. What is the matter?" Still the king refused to say, and still the queen declared that she must and would know. For days the quarrel went on, and the queen gave her husband no rest, until at last the poor man was almost out of his wits, and thought that, as life had become for him hardly worth living while this went on, he might as well tell her the secret and take the consequences. "But," thought he, "if I am to become a stone, I am not going to lie. If I can help it, on some dusty highway, to be kicked here and there by man and beast, flung at dogs, be used as the plaything of naughty children, and become generally restless and miserable, I will be a stone at the bottom of the cool river, and roll gently about there until I find some secure resting place where I can stay forever." So he told his wife that if she would ride with him to the middle of the river, he would tell her what he had laughed at. She thought he was joking, and laughingly agreed. Their horses were ordered, and they set out. On the way, they came to a fine well, beneath the shade of some lofty, wide-spreading trees, and the king proposed that they should get off and rest a little, drink some of the cool water, and then pass on. To this the queen consented. So they dismounted and sat down in the shade by the well side to rest. It happened that an old goat and his wife were browsing in the neighborhood, and, as the king and queen sat there, the nanny goat came to the well's brink and, peering over, saw some lovely green leaves that sprang in tender shoots out of the side of the well. "Oh," cried she to her husband, "come quickly, and look, here are some leaves which make my mouth water. Come and get them for me." Then the billy goat sauntered up and looked over, and after that he eyed his wife a little crossly. "You expect me to get you those leaves, do you? I suppose you don't consider how in the world I am to reach them? You don't seem to think at all. If you did, you would know that if I tried to reach those leaves, I should fall into the well and be drowned." "Oh," cried the nanny goat, "why should you fall in? Do try and get them." "I am not going to be so silly," replied the billy goat. But the nanny goat still wept and entreated. "Look here," said her husband. "There are plenty of fools in the world, but I am not one of them. This silly king here, because he can't cure his wife of asking questions, is going to throw his life away. But I know how to cure you of your follies, and I'm going to." And with that, he butted the nanny goat so severely that in 2 minutes she was submissively feeding somewhere else, and had made up her mind that the leaves in the well were not worth having. Then the king, who had understood every word, laughed once more. The queen looked at him suspiciously, but the king got up and walked across to where she sat. "Are you still determined to find out what I was laughing at the other day?" he asked. "Quite," answered the queen angrily. "Because," said the king, tapping his leg with his riding whip, "I've made up my mind not to tell you. And moreover, I have made up my mind to stop you mentioning the subject any more." "What do you mean?" asked the queen nervously. "Well," replied the king, "I notice that if that goat is displeased with his wife, he just butts her, and that seems to settle the question." "Do you mean to say you would beat me?" cried the queen. "I should be extremely sorry to have to do so," replied the king. "But I have got to persuade you to go home quietly, and to ask no more silly questions when I say I cannot answer them. Of course, if you will persist." "Why?" And the queen went home, and so did the king. And it is said that they are both happier and wiser than ever before. The story of Zoulvisia. In the midst of a sandy desert, somewhere in Asia, the eyes of travelers are refreshed by the sight of a high mountain covered with beautiful trees, among which the glitter of foaming waterfalls may be seen in the sunlight. In that clear, still air, it is even possible to hear the song of the birds and smell of the flowers. But though the mountain is plainly inhabited, for here and there a white tent is visible, none of the kings or princes who pass it on the road to Babylon or Baalbek ever plunge into its forests. Or if they do, they never come back. Indeed, so great is the terror caused by the evil reputation of the mountain that fathers, on their deathbeds, pray their sons never to try to fathom its mysteries. But in spite of its ill fame, a certain number of young men every year announce their intention of visiting it, and, as we have said, are never seen again. Now there was once a powerful king who ruled over a country on the other side of the desert, and when dying, gave the usual counsel to his 7 sons. Hardly, however, was he dead than the eldest, who succeeded to the throne, announced his intention of hunting in the enchanted mountain. In vain the old men shook their heads and tried to persuade him to give up his mad scheme. All was useless. He went, but did not return, and in due time the throne was filled by his next brother. And so it happened to the other 5. But when the youngest became king, and he also proclaimed a hunt in the mountain, a loud lament was raised in the city. "Who will reign over us when you are dead? For dead you surely will be," cried they. "Stay with us, and we will make you happy." And for a while he listened to their prayers, and the land grew rich and prosperous under his rule. But in a few years, the restless fit again took possession of him, and this time he would hear nothing. Hunt in that forest he would, and calling his friends and attendants round him, he set out one morning across the desert. They were riding through a rocky valley when a deer sprang up in front of them and bounded away. The king instantly gave chase, followed by his attendants, but the animal ran so swiftly that they never could get up to it, and at length it vanished in the depths of the forest. Then the young man drew rein for the first time and looked about him. He had left his companions far behind, and glancing back, he beheld them entering some tents, dotted here and there amongst the trees. For himself, the fresh coolness of the woods was more attractive to him than any food, however delicious. And for hours he strolled about as his fancy led him. By and by, however, it began to grow dark, and he thought that the moment had arrived for them to start for the palace. So, leaving the forest with a sigh, he made his way down to the tents. But what was his horror to find his men lying about, some dead, some dying. These were past speech, but speech was needless. It was as clear as day that the wine they had drunk contained deadly poison. "I am too late to help you, my poor friends," he said, gazing at them sadly. "But at least I can avenge you. Those that have set the snare will certainly return to see to its working. I will hide myself somewhere and discover who they are." Near the spot where he stood, he noticed a large walnut tree, and into this he climbed. Night soon fell, and nothing broke the stillness of the place. But with the earliest glimpse of dawn, a noise of galloping hoofs was heard. Pushing the branches aside, the young man beheld a youth approaching, mounted on a white horse. On reaching the tents, the cavalier dismounted and closely inspected the dead bodies that lay about them. Then, one by one, he dragged them to a ravine close by and threw them into a lake at the bottom. While he was doing this, the servants who had followed him led away the horses of the ill-fated men, and the courtiers were ordered to let loose the deer, which was used as a decoy, and to see that the tables in the tents were covered as before with food and wine. Having made these arrangements, he strolled slowly through the forest. But great was his surprise to come upon a beautiful horse hidden in the depths of a thicket. There was a horse for every dead man, he said to himself. Then whose is this? Mine, answered a voice from a walnut tree close by. Who are you that lure men into your power and then poison them? But you shall do so no longer. Return to your house, wherever it may be, and we will fight before it. The cavalier remained speechless with anger at these words. Then, with a great effort, he replied, I accept your challenge. Mount and follow me. I am Zoulvisia. And, springing on his horse, he was out of sight so quickly that the king had only time to notice that light seemed to flow from himself and his steed, and that the hair under his helmet was like liquid gold. Clearly, the cavalier was a woman. But who could she be? Was she queen of all the queens? Or was she chief of a band of robbers? She was neither, only a beautiful maiden. Wrapped in these reflections, he remained standing beneath the walnut tree, long after horse and rider had vanished from sight. Then he awoke with a start, to remember that he must find the way to the house of his enemy, though where it was, he had no notion. However, he took the path down which the rider had come, and walked along it for many hours, till he came to 3 huts side by side, in each of which lived an old fairy and her sons. The poor king was by this time so tired and hungry that he could hardly speak. But when he had drunk some milk and rested a little, he was able to reply to the questions they eagerly put to him. I am going to seek Zoulvisia, said he. She has slain my brothers and many of my subjects, and I mean to avenge them. He had only spoken to the inhabitants of one house, but from all 3 came an answering murmur. What a pity we did not know. Twice this day has she passed our door, and we might have kept her prisoner. But though their words were brave, their hearts were not, for the mere thought of Zoulvisia made them tremble. Forget Zoulvisia and stay with us, they all said, holding out their hands. You shall be our big brother, and we will be your little brothers. But the king would not, drawing from his pocket a pair of scissors, a razor, and a mirror. He gave one to each of the old fairies, saying, Though I may not give up my vengeance, I accept your friendship, and therefore leave you these 3 tokens. If blood should appear on the face of either, know that my life is in danger, and in memory of our sworn brotherhood, come to my aid. We will come, they answered. And the king mounted his horse and set out along the road they showed him. By the light of the moon, he presently perceived a splendid palace, but though he rode twice round it, he could find no door. He was considering what he should do next, when he heard the sound of loud snoring, which seemed to come from his feet. Looking down, he beheld an old man lying at the bottom of a deep pit just outside the walls, with a lantern by his side. Perhaps he may be able to give me some counsel, thought the king, and with some difficulty he scrambled into the pit and laid his hand on the shoulder of the sleeper. "Are you a bird or a snake that you can enter here?" asked the old man, awakening with a start. But the king answered that he was a mere mortal, and that he sought Zoulvisia. "Zoulvisia, the world's curse?" replied he, gnashing his teeth. "Out of all the thousands she has slain, I am the only one who has escaped. Though why she spared me, only to condemn me to this living death, I cannot guess. Help me if you can," said the king. And he told the old man his story, to which he listened intently. "Take heed, then, to my counsel," answered the old man. "Know that every day at sunrise Zoulvisia dresses herself in her jacket of pearls and mounts the steps of her crystal watchtower. From there she can see all over her lands and behold the entrance of either man or demon. If so much as one is detected, she utters such fearful cries that those who hear her die of fright. But hide yourself in a cave that lies near the foot of the tower, and plant a forked stick in front of it. Then, when she has uttered her third cry, go forth boldly, and look up at the tower, and go without fear, for you will have broken her power." Word for word, the king did as the old man had bidden him, and when he stepped forth from the cave, their eyes met. "You have conquered me," said Zoulvisia, "and are worthy to be my husband, for you are the first man who has not died at the sound of my voice." And letting down her golden hair, she drew up the king to the summit of the tower as with a rope. Then she led him into the hall of audience and presented him to her household. "Ask of me what you will, and I will grant it to you," whispered Zoulvisia with a smile, as they sat together on a mossy bank by the stream, and the king prayed her to set free the old man to whom he owed his life, and to send him back to his own country. "I have finished with hunting and with riding about my lands," said Zoulvisia, the day that they were married. "The care of providing for us all belongs henceforth to you." And turning to her attendants, she bade them bring the horse of fire before her. "This is your master, O my steed of flame," cried she, "and you will serve him as you have served me." And kissing him between his eyes, she placed the bridle in the hand of her husband. The horse looked for a moment at the young man, and then bent his head, while the king patted his neck and smoothed his tail, till they felt themselves old friends, After this, he mounted to do Zoulvisia's bidding. But before he started, she gave him a case of pearls containing one of her hairs, which he tucked into the breast of his coat. He rode along for some time without seeing any game to bring home for dinner. Suddenly, a fine stag started up almost under his feet, and he at once gave chase. On they sped, but the stag twisted and turned so that the king had no chance of a shot till they reached a broad river, when the animal jumped in and swam across. The king fitted his crossbow with a bolt and took aim. But though he succeeded in wounding the stag, it contrived to gain the opposite bank, and in his excitement, he never observed that the case of pearls had fallen into the water. The stream, though deep, was likewise rapid, and the box was swirled along miles and miles and miles, till it was washed up in quite another country. Here it was picked up by one of the water carriers belonging to the palace, who showed it to the king. The workmanship of the case was so curious, and the pearls so rare, that the king could not make up his mind to part with it. But he gave the man a good price and sent him away. Then, summoning his chamberlain, he bade him find out its history in 3 days, or lose his head. But the answer to the riddle, which puzzled all the magicians and wise men, was given by an old woman, who came up to the palace and told the chamberlain that for 2 handfuls of gold she would reveal the mystery. Of course, the chamberlain gladly gave her what she asked, and in return she informed him that the case and the hair belonged to Zoulvisia. "Bring her hither, old crone, and you shall have gold enough to stand up in," said the chamberlain. And the old woman answered that she would try what she could do. She went back to her hut in the middle of the forest, and standing in the doorway, whistled softly. Soon, the dead leaves on the ground began to move and to rustle, and from underneath them there came a long train of serpents. They wriggled to the feet of the witch, who stooped down and patted their heads, and gave each one some milk in a red earthen basin. When they had all finished, she whistled again, and bade 2 or 3 coil themselves round her arms and neck, while she turned an into a cane and another into a whip. Then she took a stick, and on the river bank changed it into a raft, and seating herself comfortably, she pushed off into the center of the stream. All that day she floated, and all the next night, and toward sunset the following evening, she found herself close to Zoulvisia's garden, just at the moment that the king, on the horse of flame, was returning from hunting. "Who are you?" he asked in surprise, for old women traveling on rafts were not common in that country. "Who are you? And why have you come here?" I am a poor pilgrim, my son, answered she, and having missed the caravan, I have wandered foodless for many days through the desert, till at length I reached the river. There I found this tiny raft, and to it I committed myself, not knowing if I should live or die. But since you have found me, give me, I pray you, bread to eat, and let me lie this night by the dog who guards your door. This piteous tale touched the heart of the young man, and he promised that he would bring her food, and that she should pass the night in his palace. But mount behind me, good woman, cried he, for you have walked far, and it is still a long way to the palace. And as he spoke, he bent down to help her, but the horse swerved on one side. And so it happened twice and thrice, and the old witch guessed the reason, though the king did not. I fear to fall off, said she, but as your kind heart pities my sorrows, ride slowly, and lame as I am, I think I can manage to keep up. At the door, he bade the witch to rest herself, and he would fetch her all she needed. But Zoulvisia, his wife, grew pale when she heard whom he had brought, and besought him to feed the old woman and send her away, as she would cause mischief to befall them. The king laughed at her fears and answered lightly, Why, one would think she was a witch to hear you talk. And even if she were, what harm could she do to us? And calling to the maidens, he bade them carry her food, and to let her sleep in their chamber. Now the old woman was very cunning, and kept the maidens awake half the night with all kinds of strange stories. Indeed, the next morning, while they were dressing their mistress, one of them suddenly broke into a laugh, in which the others joined her. What is the matter with you? Asked Zoulvisia. And the maid answered that she was thinking of a droll adventure told them the evening before by the newcomer. And oh, madam, cried the girl, it may be that she is a witch, as they say, but I am sure she never would work a spell to harm a fly. And as for her tales, they would pass many a dull hour for you when my lord was absent. So, in an evil hour, Zoulvisia consented that the crone should be brought to her, and from that moment the two were hardly ever apart. One day, the witch began to talk about the young king, and to declare that in all the lands she had visited, she had seen none like him. It was so clever of him to guess your secret so as to win your heart, said she. And of course, he told you his in return? No, I don't think he has got any, returned Zoulvisia. Not got any secrets? Cried the old woman scornfully. That is nonsense. Every man has a secret, which he always tells to the woman he loves. And if he has not told it to you, it is that he does not love you. These words troubled Zoulvisia mightily, though she would not confess it to the witch. But the next time she found herself alone with her husband, she began to coax him to tell her in what lay the secret of his strength. For a long while, he put her off with caresses. But when she would be no longer denied, he answered, "It is my saber that gives me strength, and day and night it lies by my side. But now that I have told you, swear upon this ring that I will give you in exchange for yours, that you will reveal it to nobody." And Zoulvisia swore, and instantly hastened to betray the great news to the old woman. 4 nights later, when all the world was asleep, the witch softly crept into the king's chamber and took the saber from his side as he lay sleeping. Then, opening her lattice, she flew on to the terrace and dropped the sword into the river. The next morning, everyone was surprised because the king did not, as usual, rise early and go off to hunt. The attendants listened at the keyhole and heard the sound of heavy breathing, but none dared enter till Zoulvisia pushed past. And what a sight met their gaze! There lay the king almost dead, with foam on his mouth, and eyes that were already closed. They wept, and they cried to him, but no answer came. Suddenly, a shriek broke from those who stood hindmost, and in strode the witch, with serpents round her neck, and arms and hair. At a sign from her, they flung themselves with a hiss upon the maidens, whose flesh was pierced with their poisonous fangs. Then, turning to Zoulvisia, she said, "I give you your choice. Will you come with me, or shall the serpents slay you also?" And as the terrified girl stared at her, unable to utter one word, she seized her by the arm and led her to the place where the raft was hidden among the rushes. When they were both on board, she took the oars, and they floated down the stream till they had reached the neighboring country, where Zoulvisia was sold for a sack of gold to the king. Now, since the young man had entered the 3 huts on his way through the forest, not a morning had passed without the sons of the 3 fairies examining the scissors, the razor, and the mirror, which the young king had left them. Hitherto, the surfaces of all 3 things had been bright and undimmed. But on this particular morning, when they took them out as usual, drops of blood stood on the razor and the scissors, while the little mirror was clouded over. "Something terrible must have happened to our little brother," they whispered to each other with awestruck faces. "We must hasten to his rescue ere it be too late." And putting on their magic slippers, they started for the palace. The servants greeted them eagerly, ready to pour forth all they knew. But that was not much, only that the saber had vanished. None knew where. The newcomers passed the whole of the day in searching for it, but it could not be found, and when night closed in, they were very tired and hungry. But how were they to get food? The king had not hunted that day, and there was nothing for them to eat. The little men were in despair when a ray of the moon suddenly lit up the river beneath the walls. How stupid! Of course there are fish to catch, cried they, and running down to the bank, they soon succeeded in landing some fine fish, which they cooked on the spot. Then they felt better and began to look about them. Further out, in the middle of the stream, there was a strange splashing, and by, the body of a huge fish appeared, turning and twisting as if in pain. The eyes of all the brothers were fixed on the spot when the fish leapt in the air, and a bright gleam flashed through the night. "The saber!" they shouted, and plunged into the stream, and with a sharp tug pulled out the sword, while the fish lay on the water, exhausted by its struggles. Swimming back with the saber to land, they carefully dried it in their coats, and then carried it to the palace and placed it on the king's pillow. In an instant, color came back to the waxen face, and the hollow cheeks filled out. The king sat up, and opening his eyes, he said, "Where is Zoulvisia?" "That is what we do not know," answered the little men. "But now that you are saved, you will soon find out." And they told him what had happened since Zoulvisia had betrayed his secret to the witch. "Let me go to my horse," was all he said. But when he entered the stable, he could have wept at the sight of his favorite steed, which was nearly in as sad a plight as his master had been. Languidly, he turned his head as the door swung back on its hinges. But when he beheld the king, he rose up and rubbed his head against him. "Oh, my poor horse, how much cleverer were you than I? If I had acted like you, I should never have lost Zoulvisia. But we will seek her together, you and I." For a long while, the king and his horse followed the course of the stream, but nowhere could he learn anything of Zoulvisia. At length, one evening, they both stopped to rest by a cottage not far from a great city. And as the king was lying outstretched on the grass, lazily watching his horse cropping the short turf, an old woman came out with a wooden bowl of fresh milk, which she offered him. He drank it eagerly, for he was very thirsty, and then laying down the bowl, began to talk to the woman, who was delighted to have someone to listen to her conversation. "You are in luck to have passed this way just now," said she, "for in 5 days the king holds his wedding banquet. Ah, but the bride is unwilling, for all her blue eyes and her golden hair, and she keeps by her side a cup of poison, and declares that she will swallow it rather than become his wife. Yet he is a handsome man too, and a proper husband for her, more than she could have looked for, having come no one knows whither, and bought from a witch. The king started. Had he found her after all? His heart beat violently, as if it would choke him, but he gasped out, "Is her name Zoulvisia?" "Aye, so she says, though the old witch. But what ails you?" She broke off as the young man sprang to his feet and seized her wrists. "Listen to me," he said. "Can you keep a secret?" "Aye," answered the old woman again, "if I am paid for it." "Oh, you shall be paid, never fear, as much as your heart can desire. Here is a handful of gold. You shall have as much again if you will do my bidding." The old crone nodded her head. "Then go and buy a dress such as ladies wear at court, and manage to get admitted into the palace and into the presence of Zoulvisia. When there, show her this ring, and after that she will tell you what to do." So the old woman set off, and clothed herself in a garment of yellow silk, and wrapped a veil closely round her head. In this dress she walked boldly up the palace steps behind some merchants whom the king had sent for to bring presents for Zoulvisia. At first, the bride would have nothing to say to any of them, but on perceiving the ring, she suddenly grew as meek as a lamb, and thanking the merchants for their trouble, she sent them away, and remained alone with her visitor. "Grandmother," asked Zoulvisia as soon as the door was safely shut, "where is the owner of this ring?" "In my cottage," answered the old woman, "waiting for orders from you." "Tell him to remain there for 3 days, and now go to the king of this country, and say that you have succeeded in bringing me to reason. Then he will let me alone, and will cease to watch me. On the 3rd day from this, I shall be wandering about the garden near the river, and there your guest will find me. The rest concerns myself only." The morning of the 3rd day dawned, and with the first rays of the sun, a bustle began in the palace. For that evening, the king was to marry Zoulvisia. Tents were being erected of fine scarlet cloth, decked with wreaths of sweet-smelling white flowers, and in them the banquet was spread. When all was ready, a procession was formed to fetch the bride, who had been wandering in the palace gardens since daylight, and crowds lined the way to see her pass. A glimpse of her dress of golden gauze might be caught, as she passed from one flowery thicket to another. Then suddenly the multitude swayed and shrank back, as a thunderbolt seemed to flash out of the sky to the place where Zoulvisia was standing. Ah, but it was no thunderbolt, only the horse of fire. And when the people looked again, it was bounding away with 2 persons on its back. Zoulvisia and her husband both learnt how to keep happiness when they had got it. And that is a lesson that many men and women never learn at all. And besides, it is a lesson which nobody can teach, and that every boy and girl must learn for themselves. Grasp all, lose all. Once, in former times, there lived in a certain city in India a poor oil seller called Dana, who never could keep any money in his pockets. And when this story begins, he had borrowed from a banker of the name of Lena the sum of 100 rupees, which, with the interest Lena always charged, amounted to a debt of 300 rupees. Now, Dana was doing a very bad business and had no money with which to pay his debt. So Lena was very angry and used to come round to Dana's house every evening and abuse him until the poor man was nearly worried out of his life. Lena generally fixed his visit just when Dana's wife was cooking the evening meal, and would make such a scene that the poor oil seller and his wife and daughter quite lost their appetites and could eat nothing. This went on for some weeks, till one day Dana said to himself that he could stand it no longer, and that he had better run away. And as a man cannot fly easily with a wife and daughter, he thought he must leave them behind. So that evening, instead of turning into his house as usual after his day's work, he just slipped out of the city without knowing very well where he was going. At about 10 o'clock that night, Dana came to a well by the wayside, near which grew a giant peepal tree. And as he was very tired, he determined to climb it and rest for a little before continuing his journey in the morning. Up he went and curled himself so comfortably amongst the great branches that, overcome with weariness, he fell fast asleep. Whilst he slept, some spirits, who roam about such places on certain nights, picked up the tree and flew away with it to a faraway shore where no creature lived. And there, long before the sun rose, they set it down. Just then, the oil seller awoke. But instead of finding himself in the midst of a forest, he was amazed to behold nothing but waste shore and wide sea, and was dumb with horror and astonishment. Whilst he sat up, trying to collect his senses, he began to catch sight here and there of twinkling, flashing lights, like little fires that moved and sparkled all about, and wondered what they were. Presently, he saw one so close to him that he reached out his hand and grasped it, and found that it was a sparkling red stone, scarcely smaller than a walnut. He opened a corner of his loincloth and tied the stone in it, and by he got another, and then a third, and a fourth, all of which he tied up carefully in his cloth. At last, just as the day was breaking, the tree rose and, flying rapidly through the air, was deposited once more by the well where it had stood the previous evening. When Dana had recovered a little from the fright which the extraordinary antics of the tree had caused him, he began to thank Providence that he was alive, and, as his love of wandering had been quite cured, he made his way back to the city and to his own house. Here he was met and soundly scolded by his wife, who assailed him with 100 questions and reproaches. As soon as she paused for breath, Dana replied, "I have only this one thing to say. Just look what I have got." And after carefully shutting all the doors, he opened the corner of his loincloth and showed her the 4 stones, which glittered and flashed as he turned them over and over. "Pooh," said his wife. "The silly pebbles. If it was something to eat, now there'd be some sense in them. But what's the good of such things?" And she turned away with a sniff, for it had happened that the night before, when Lena had come round as usual to storm at Dana, he had been rather disturbed to find that his victim was from home, and had frightened the poor woman by his threats. Directly, however, he heard that Dana had come back. Lena appeared in the doorway. For some minutes, he talked to the oil seller at the top of his voice until he was tired. Then Dana said, "If your honor would deign to walk into my humble dwelling, I will speak." So Lena walked in, and the other, shutting as before all the doors, untied the corner of his loincloth and showed him the 4 great flashing stones. "This is all," said he, "that I have in the world to set against my debt. For, as your honor knows, I haven't a penny, but the stones are pretty." Now Lena looked and saw at once that these were magnificent rubies, and his mouth watered for them. But as it would never do to show what was in his mind, he went on, "What do I care about your stupid stones? It is my money I want, my lawful debt, which you owe me, and I shall get it out of you yet, somehow or another, or it will be the worst for you." To all his reproaches, Dana could answer nothing, but sat with his hands joined together beseechingly, asking for patience and pity. At length, Lena pretended that rather than have a bad debt on his hand, he would be at the loss of taking the stones in lieu of his money. And whilst Dana nearly wept with gratitude, he wrote out a receipt for the 300 rupees, and wrapping the 4 stones in a cloth, he put them into his bosom and went off to his house. "How shall I turn these rubies into money?" thought Lena as he walked along. "I daren't keep them, for they are of great value, and if the Raja heard that I had them, he would probably put me into prison on some pretense and seize the stones and all else that I have as well. But what a bargain I have got! 4 rubies, worth a king's ransom, for 100 rupees. Well, well, I must take heed not to betray my secret. And he went on making plans. Presently, he made up his mind what to do, and putting on his cleanest clothes, he set off to the house of the chief wazir, whose name was Musli, and, after seeking a private audience, he brought out the 4 rubies and laid them before him. The wazir's eyes sparkled as he beheld the splendid gems. "Fine, indeed," murmured he. "I can't buy them at their real value, but if you like to take it, I will give you 10,000 rupees for the 4. To this the banker consented gratefully, and handing over the stones in exchange for the rupees, he hurried home, thanking his stars that he had driven such a reasonable bargain and obtained such an enormous profit. After Lena had departed, the wazir began casting about in his mind what to do with the gems, and very soon determined that the best thing to do was to present them to the Raja, whose name was Kare. Without losing a moment, he went that very day to the palace and sought a private interview with the Raja. And when he found himself alone with his royal master, he brought the 4 jewels and laid them before him. "Oh," said the Raja, "these are priceless gems, and you have done well to give them to me. In return, I give you and your heirs the revenues of 10 villages." Now the wazir was overjoyed at these words, but only made his deepest obeisance, and whilst the king put the rubies into his turban, hurried away, beaming with happiness at the thought that for 10,000 rupees he had become lord of 10 villages. The Raja was also equally pleased, and strolled off with his new purchases to the women's quarters, and showed them to the queen, who was nearly out of her mind with delight. Then, as she turned them over and over in her hands, she said, "Ah, if I had 8 more such gems, what a necklace they would make! Get me 8 more of them, or I shall die." "Most unreasonable of women," cried the Raja. "Where am I to get 8 more such jewels as these? I gave 10 villages for them, and yet you are not satisfied." "Chand." "What does it matter?" said the Rani. "Do you want me to die? Surely you can get some more where these came from." And then she fell to weeping and wailing until the Raja promised that in the morning he would make arrangements to get some more such rubies, and that if she would be patient, she should have her desire. In the morning, the Raja sent for the wazir and said that he must manage to get 8 more rubies, like those he had brought him the day before. "And if you don't, I shall hang you," cried the Raja, for he was very cross. The poor wazir protested in vain that he knew not where to seek them. His master would not listen to a word he said. "You must," said he. "The Rani shall not die for the want of a few rubies. Get more where those came from." The wazir left the palace, much troubled in mind, and bade his slaves bring Lena before him. "Get me 8 more such rubies as those you brought yesterday," commanded the wazir. Directly the banker was shown into his presence. 8 more, and be quick, or I am a dead man." "But how can I?" wailed Lena. "Rubies like those don't grow upon bushes." "Where did you get them from?" asked the wazir. "From Dana, the oil seller," said the banker. "Well, send for him and ask him where he got them," answered the wazir. "I am not going to hang for 20 Danas." And more slaves were sent to summon Dana. When Dana arrived, he was closely questioned, and then all 3 started to see the Raja. And to him, Dana told the whole story. "What night was it that you slept in the peepul tree?" demanded the Raja. "I can't remember," said Dana, "but my wife will know." Then Dana's wife was sent for, and she explained that it was on the last Sunday of the new moon. Now everyone knows that it is on the Sunday of the new moon that spirits have special power to play pranks upon mortals. So the Raja forbade them all, on pain of death, to say a word to anyone, and declared that on the next Sunday of the new moon, they 4, Kahre, Musli, Lena, and Dana, would go and sit in the peepul tree and see what happened. The days dragged on to the appointed Sunday, and that evening the 4 met secretly and entered the forest. They had not far to go before they reached the peepul tree, into which they climbed as the Raja had planned. At midnight, the tree began to sway, and presently it moved through the air. "See, sire," whispered Dana, "the tree is flying." "Yes, yes," said the Raja. "You have told the truth. Now sit quiet, and we shall see what happens." Awan and away flew the tree, with the 4 men clinging tightly to its branches, until at last it was set down by the waste seashore, where a great wide sea came tumbling in on a desert beach. Presently, as before, they began to see little points of light that glistened like fires all around them. Then Dana thought to himself, "Think. Last time I only took 4 that came close to me, and I got rid of all my debt in return. This time I will take all I can get and be rich. If I got 10,000 rupees for 4 stones," thought Lena, "I will gather 40 now for myself and become so wealthy that they will probably make me a wazir at least. For 4 stones, I received 10 villages." Musli was silently thinking, "Now I will get stones enough to purchase a kingdom, become a Raja, and employ wazirs of my own." And Kare thought, what is the good of only getting 8 stones? Why, here are enough to make 20 necklaces. And wealth means power. Full of avarice and desire, each scrambled down from the tree, spread his cloth, and darted hither and thither, picking up the precious jewels, looking the while over his shoulder to see whether his neighbor fared better than he. So engrossed were they in the business of gathering wealth that the dawn came upon them unawares. And suddenly the tree rose up again and flew away, leaving them upon the seashore staring after it, each with his cloth heavy with priceless jewels. Morning broke in the city, and great was the consternation in the palace when the chamberlains declared that the Raja had gone out the evening before and had not returned. "Ah," said one, "it is all right. Musli Wazir will know where he is, for it was he who was the king's companion." Then they went to the wazir's house, and there they learnt that the wazir had left it the evening before and had not returned. "But," said a servant, "Lena the banker will know where he is, for it was with him that Musli went." Then they visited the house of Lena, and there they learnt that the banker had gone out the evening before, and that he too had not returned. But the porter told them that he was accompanied by Dana, the oil seller, so he would know where they were. So they departed to Dana's house, and Dana's wife met them with a torrent of reproaches and wailings, for Dana too had gone off the evening before to Lena's house, and had not returned. In vain they waited and searched. Never did any of the hapless 4 return to their homes. And the confused tale, which was told by Dana's wife, was the only clue to their fate. To this day, in that country, when a greedy man has overreached himself and lost all in grasping at too much, folks say, "All has he lost. Neither Dana, nor Lena, nor Musli, nor Kahre remain." And not 5 men in 100 know how the proverb began, nor what it really signifies.